Welcome to tonight's pre-meeting before our meeting for October 27th, 2025. Any questions for tonight's agenda? Any reports?
Yes, my coffee on Saturday morning went great, and mostly the discussion centered around the emphasizing our investment in South Westminster and how important that was. So I just want them to know that, we have been attempting to concentrate on that the last few years, and so we talked about the many investments we have done, but the suggestions were around improving the aesthetics to help encourage small businesses to, open up and move in there. And so just know that personally, I fully support that. And so we were just talking about creative ways to make that happen. Went to the ADCO dinner with the mayor. That was really great. Cherry Cricket, and had a lot of fun there. And then I did get a question from a resident about our boards and our committees, and when the next time is that we're going to be taking applications, but I believe that they're rolling. And so maybe I can just get some sort of high-level answer as to how that we best go about directing them.
Yes, Abby Fitch, City Clerk. The boards and commissions applications are rolling, so the application's open at all times. It is a good time to apply because terms are ending, and there are some people who don't want to come back, and that can be found on the City Clerk's website under boards and commissions.
Okay, and they can just submit their applications there?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That's it.
Councilor Allen?
Went to the Business Awards. That's always a great event. I was really impressed. The Lutheran Church has been here 70 years. That was amazing. AdCog dinner, I tuned to that also. Learned about other cities, and it seems like everyone's doing well for the most part. Went to the highlight of the week, disc golf, ribbon cutting. There was a lot of enthusiasm there, so that was great to see. And I went to the roast for Nancy, and those that roasted her did a very good job. Dave, you did a good job. Anyway, that's it for the week. Thank you. And also, I wanted to follow up one question. Hand sanitizer in the rec centers. Do we make sure that we have all that? Because the same guy was upset that it wasn't there. So anyway.
Yes, City Park, there was some work done at City Parks. The hand sanitizer situation was changed. We got some valuable feedback on that change, and it's now being a new and enhanced hand sanitizer. Placements are now out and being tested, and we encourage people to give feedback to the staff to make sure we have enough and in the right locations.
Maybe Eric wants to chime in.
What happened to you? Did you get in the soccer game Saturday?
Who knew there was an anti-disc golf lobby? And they're mean. No. I not knowing my age at bike park with my son and dirt jumps and getting too wild with some tail whips. So looks worse than it feels. So, but Eric Otzelberger, Parks Recreation Libraries Director. So just want to report with an affirmative. Literally, those new hand sanitizer stations have been placed at City Park Fitness. Automatic dispensers. So I think hopefully those should meet the need.
Thanks. Anything else?
That's it. Thank you.
Councilor Demott?
I just, one thing, and this is just for staff to consider, we've had an awful lot of opportunity to explain to people the difference between what is parks and open space versus private land. But I think excuse me, the opportunity is really to highlight what we as a city for decades have done to protect open space and how hard it is to undo that. It doesn't seem that people realize the lengths that this community and this city has went through to protect that. So I think that that might be something for our communication team to do an educational piece on. Because I think people are pretty pleasantly surprised when they get explained to exactly how it works and what we've done to make sure it's protected. The only other thing I have for in here is I did go to the Butterfly Pavilion board meeting today. They're doing a big drive. We lost a ton of board members through a lot of changes in the organization over the last year. So they have some pretty good candidates to join that board and excited about their path forward. I'm having a conversation with the CEO on Friday kind of about the future of our liaison to that board. I've been the board member since I came on council in 2017, and I think no matter what the outcome of the election, it probably makes sense for us to talk about somebody else taking that over. And I know I shared with him, Jody, that you and I had talked about potentially staff, and the conversation came back up because my understanding of our agreement with them is we should actually have 2 spots, and we always got pushback from the former CEO about that. I think it would be great if you had one elected as well as a staff member, because the staff member would be able to make those. They're always meet on Monday, so sometimes it's hard to be there for the whole meeting. So it would be good to have a staff member there, especially as we work forward on a new partnership. But then I think having an elected to be able to speak to the community in terms of the shared vision makes a lot of sense. So happy to take anything to that conversation that anybody here wants me to take and report back how it goes. But I thought it was relevant to share that with you guys because I think it's an important partnership. One that I know that initially when I came on council, nobody wanted to take that because of the situation, and that's changed a lot, obviously. So we want to make sure that we continue to foster that relationship, I think. That's it for me.
Yes, that would be a really good match, having one elected and one staff representative. We can provide a staff person at every meeting and elected as could participate. And we did have challenges in the past. This would present a perfect opportunity to reset and have that confirmed with the new board that we have 2 representatives on the board, and very timely. And I think with the partnership with the city, I would hope that the board would be seeing that as positive.
I'll advocate for it on Friday, and I'll let you know how it goes.
Thank you.
AdCog was wonderful. With it being at the 4 corners, I always call it, you can have 1 foot in Jeffco, 1 foot in Adams, and 1 foot in Broomfield. It was fun to go see what Cherry Cricket was all about, and it was great. And for me, it was great to be one last time with all of the mayors that I've worked with for over 16 years and just be with them. Business awards, always fantastic. The people just love those, and you hear such great stories. And one of them told me, well, you gave us, I don't remember which year I gave when I first came on, and she said, now you give us this one. So she was excited, but those got heavier and heavier as they got up into the numbers. Gosh, those little things must weigh 5 pounds a piece. That was funny, but disc golf was so fun, and I was so sad that we didn't get to meet the person that's pushed this so much, but he sent a very nice email. And what was fun was where we were for that 8th hole, and I don't know how many feet down it is, but to watch their flinging it and their wrist motion, and it would go this way, and it was just fascinating to watch. And they have a putter, a driver, and a mid-range. And I said, well, the reason I don't play golf is it takes too long and I can get 10 things done while you're playing golf. And so they just laughed at me. But everybody that was there, the people that helped, there was 3 gentlemen that helped design, and they were thrilled. And all of the golfers that were there, we had one where they Friday Frisbee?
Sounds right.
I think. So they're all off on Fridays. They work 4-day weeks, but Fridays are the day off. So they had shirts that said Friday Frisbee. So everybody was having a great time and they loved it. The Rotary, City, and Chamber and the roast was fun. I didn't eat for a day because my stomach hurt, but everybody was very gentle and nice. And I hope they raised a ton of money. And it was funny. Obi shared tonight, he thought Mr. Mack was the pup, and some people didn't know who Mr. Gibbs was. So those were funny times. So I'll cherish those. So thanks. What do you have for us?
Nothing for pre-meeting, Mayor. I do have a brief report that I'll give up at the dais tonight.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. We'll see everybody in 20 minutes. 18. Welcome to tonight's meeting of October 27th, 2025. Please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome to the Westminster City Council meeting of October 27th, 2025. We appreciate your attendance and would like to remind everyone that our meetings are governed by the rules of decorum, which are posted inside the chamber doors. These rules are in effect during all meetings, including breaks and transitions. To ensure a welcoming and respectful environment, we kindly ask everyone to adhere to the following expectations. No attendee shall disrupt the meeting. Threats and intimidation are strictly prohibited. Audible expressions of support or opposition for any speaker are not allowed. Signs and placards are prohibited inside the chamber. All attendees must remain seated in the designated seats and refrain from occupying aisles or blocking doorways. Thank you for your cooperation and understanding as we work together to maintain a productive and respectful meeting. If you are here to speak during public comment, please sign up in the lobby. Sign up closes at 7:15. Roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia. Present. Councillor Demott.
Present.
Councillor Azadi.
Here.
Councillor Hott.
Present.
Mayor McNally.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Here.
And Councillor Ireland. Here.
That brings us to consideration of minutes of the preceding meeting. Councillor Demott?
Before we do that, could I make a motion to allow Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela to participate remotely as well as participate in item 10A?
Second. It's been moved and seconded to allow Mayor Pro Tem to participate remotely tonight and in item 10A. All those in favor say, or do you need a roll call? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Motion for minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the minutes of the October 13th, 2025 City Council meeting.
Councillor Hott? Second. It's been moved and seconded to approve the minutes of October 13th, 2025. Anyone have any other comments or changes? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to our fun time of tonight. If you're getting an award and you have friends, family, neighbors, whoever came with you, please bring them up with you, and I will go down and we'll get it started. And our first person is Drew Hogan, 20 years. I wondered why all the officers were here tonight. Hello, Mayor. This is your pin.
Thank you very much.
This is your certificate. Just be careful. It does sometimes come loose.
All right, thank you.
All right. Introduce yourself.
My name is Drew Hogan. I'm the Victim Services Coordinator for the Westminster Police Department.
And no one else with you? All of those people should be with you.
Well, I do have friends and family, just not here.
All right. Well, we're all family.
Well, okay, I have those guys in the back.
Yeah. They just chose to be wallflowers tonight. Drew Hogan started working at the Westminster Police Department as a victim advocate 20 years ago on Halloween.
On Halloween.
Oh my, 2005. And that day, there was a parade of costume employees bouncing through the atrium, and there was silly costume contest. It was hilarious, and Drew knew she landed in a job in the right place. Did you dress up that day? Or you didn't know about it?
No, I came as a future employee of the city, so I actually wore regular clothes.
Over the years, it's been a spectacle of hundreds of cases and experiences. So much has been learned. The experience of working with victims of crime has been happy, sad, terrifying, and gratifying. Drew became the Victim Services Coordinator approximately 9 years ago. Since then, Drew has increased the number of staff advocates, and the role of the victim advocate has become increasingly more complicated and involved at the police department and at the municipal court. Drew and the Victim Services team are proud to serve more than 4,000 victims annually.
That's sad but happy.
Yes, yes.
Perform 500 on-scene responses and help victims access more than $650,000 in direct financial support for services related to their victimization. Staff and volunteer victim advocates work collaboratively with the police department, detectives, firefighters, and other community partners to achieve these results. During her spare time, Drew enjoys spending time with her family and time in the beautiful Rocky Mountains. And we can't thank you enough for leading that team. I know you're always looking for great victim advocates. If anybody out there listening is wanting to know something to do, you have training for that, and I know they take 12-hour shifts. And
Yes, yeah, it's a very, very involved program. I would say it's an elite volunteering opportunity. But I also would just like to thank the gentlemen in the back who have helped us grow this team tremendously. Thank you, sirs. And the city council. We really couldn't be who we are without the support of you, Mayor, and the city council. So I just really wanted to come and thank you all tonight. That was really my mission. Thank you.
well, and we're here to say thank you to you. So give her a round of applause.
The paparazzi.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Steve Holton. No wonder the police force is here. It's police night.
I had to pay him off.
Tell us who's here.
This is my wife, Amy Holton. Been married 38 years. And my name's Steve Holton. I'm a patrol sergeant with Westminster.
Okay, so this is your plaque, and don't move it up and down because it does come loose.
Okay.
This is your pin for 25
Come in.
years, and I always give the check to the right person.
Yes.
Headed that way anyway.
Oh. Steve Holton is a police sergeant with the police department starting in November of 2000. Prior to joining Westminster Police Department, Steve served with the Adams County Sheriff's Department for 10 years. During his time there, he worked as a patrol deputy, narcotics detective, and as a member of the SWAT team for 6 years. With the Westminster Police Department, Steve has held positions as patrol officer, narcotics detective, and professional standards investigator. As a sergeant, he has supervised as a patrol sergeant and as a sergeant with the North Metro Task Force. He is currently assigned as a patrol sergeant on swing shift. Steve also served with the Westminster SWAT team for 20 years. That's a long time. Beginning as an operator on the inner perimeter team, later moving to the entry team, and eventually serving as a team leader for both units. Steve has been married to his wife, Amy, for 38 years. Congratulations. Together they have 2 sons, Adam and Andrew. Adam is an officer with Westminster Police Department, and Andrew serves as a major in the United States Army as a logistics officer. We'll tell him thanks. Steve and Amy are also proud grandparents of 2 grandsons, Lincoln, age 5, and Luke, age 2.5. A fun time of the year.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations, and thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
And next up, William Leo. And where's the spouse?
My wife decided to, after her Ironman race, to eat taco salad at the Atlanta airport. Did not go very well. So she's paying for it now.
All right, here's your pin.
Thank you.
Be careful because sometimes it slides out.
All right.
We don't want any catastrophes tonight. William Leo began his 30-year career with the City of Westminster in 1994 as a seasonal irrigator assistant. He quickly advanced to full-time parks worker, and over the years has held his roles as irrigator, crew leader, and for the past decade, parks operation foreperson. And you know, as I drove up today, I was surprised I haven't seen any holiday lights yet.
Oh, they're in the trees already.
Oh, they are?
We're actually ahead of schedule.
Well, I must be missing them.
They're not on yet.
Throughout his, because I just thought, oh, where are they?
Thanksgiving first.
Oh, all right. Well, probably Halloween too.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Throughout his time with the city, he has well served on numerous committees. Two that stand out to him especially meaningful are the Employee Recognition and Action Team, ERAT, and the Safety Committee. His commitment to safety is especially evident each summer as he helps on board 40 to 60 new seasonal employees. Will emphasizes the importance of safety, not just for the workers themselves, but for the teammates and the daily parks users they interact with. That's true. Don't run over anybody with a lawnmower. Will's leadership, dedication, and public service and passion for safety have made a lasting impact on the Parks Department and Westminster community, where he has lived for over 30 years. Outside of work, Will is an avid outdoor enthusiast. He enjoys camping, hiking, attending hockey games, running races, and even boogie boarding down rivers. How do you do that down a river?
It's cold. It's very cold.
Sounds dangerous to me. One of his favorite roles, however, is being a dedicated Sherpa. Oh, for his wife, Nikki, who is a 20-year full Ironman finisher. 20-time full Ironman finisher, and a fellow City of Westminster employee. Their shared commitment to the city extends to the next generation as well. Their son, Dominic, has worked as a seasonal employee for the past 2 years and will soon begin a new chapter as he heads off to the Air Force boot camp. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, now you have to hold on just 1 second because the next one had some things that she needed because she saw something on TV. And this is the blingiest I could find at home. But she watched something on TV with some Pennsylvania mayor, and I tried doing the glasses, but the Swarovski just would not go on to those, so you just get the bling of my sequence tonight. Heather Wood Malone. Oh, at least we're going to match. We are. Here's your pin. Thank you. No check. No check. We got that 10 years ago. It's already gone, right? Oh, introduce who's here.
Yes. This is my husband, Patrick, my mom, and my best friend, Paula.
Thanks for coming. Heather Wood Malone is a senior police officer for the Westminster Police Department. Her history with the city began 37 years ago, on July 14th, 1988, when she received a speeding ticket from a Westminster officer, Joy McCardle. She turned that 4-point summons into a successful career where she was selected to be a member of the Westminster Police Department Explorer Post 831 later that year. Heather was hired on October 22nd, 1990 as an equipment specialist assistant, and on January 6, 1992, she was sworn in as a police officer. Outside of her patrol assignment, Heather has held rotational assignments as a DARE instructor, public information officer, and training coordinator coordinator. Heather has served as a field training instructor, part of the Bicycle Patrol Unit, as a member of the peer support team, and on numerous committees, including Historical Committee and the Employee Recognition Action Team. Heather has been nominated 3 times for the Meritorious Service Award and once for the Westminster Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association Jim Hall Award. She was selected as the 2004 Law Enforcement Officer of the Year by the Westminster Optimists and a 2025 Officer of the Month by Fox 31, but is most proud of receiving the Excellence in Action Award from now retired Chief Dan Montgomery for humanitarian efforts toward a fellow officer. Heather is an avid scuba diver. I should tell you, I don't know what you did with your tail tonight, because she really is a mermaid. She really
You
is.
made me my tail.
Well, I know I made you your tail, but it's not on tonight.
The chief.
Always the chief and his rules. She is also an instructor for the Handicapped Scuba Association and volunteers in the water with patients from Craig Hospital. Heather is the longest tenured female in the history of Westminster Police Department. Heather would like to end with, "Look, Mom and Dad, I made it." See, these sequins just. All right, so the real question is, did I bling up enough?
Fabulous. Now he's getting a picture of you.
Next up is Councilor Gamon.
If anybody's here for the Indigenous People Proclamation, join me up front. Go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Alan Farr,
Jillian Gibson.
Rich Chamberlain, and we're all members of the city's Inclusivity Board.
Thank you so much. So this proclamation is special to me because I actually am Indigenous. My mom's family were Potawatomi, so myself and my kids are all registered with the tribe. It's a pretty neat honor, actually. When I first was elected, they wrote an article about me being elected in the National Potawatomi paper. They do a lot of different regional tribal meetings, and I've got to speak at it before, so this is a meaningful proclamation to me, because obviously our nation hasn't always been kind to the indigenous of our country, so I think it's great that we get to recognize them and all the contributions that they do both to this country as well as just nature in general. So I appreciate the work of the Inclusivity Board that you guys do. I got to be their liaison for a handful of years, and Councilor Hott has taken the reins of that. I know she's very passionate about the work that they do, but I appreciate all the things that you guys do. So with that, whereas the City of Westminster recognizes that Indigenous people have lived and flourished on the lands known as America since ancient time, and that the City of Westminster is built upon ancestral homelands of Indigenous tribes, and whereas a semi-permanent encampment of Arapaho people in the vicinity of Gregory Hill gave course to the future settlements that will become the birthplace of the City of Westminster, and whereas Colorado encompasses the ancestral homelands of 48 tribes, and currently the City of Westminster is home to the descendants of Indigenous tribal nations, and whereas the City of Westminster recognizes the values of vast contributions made to the community through the Indigenous people's arts, culture, knowledge, and skills. Through these contributions, the City of Westminster has developed and thrived. And whereas Indigenous People Day was first proposed in 1977 by a delegation of Native nations to the United Nations-sponsored International Conference on Discrimination Against Indigenous Populations in the Americas, And whereas the United States endorsed the United Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People on December 19th, 2010, and Article 15 of that declaration reads, Indigenous people have the right to dignity and diversity of their culture, traditions, histories, and aspirations, which shall be appropriately reflected in education and public information. And whereas the City of Westminster desires to strengthen our community and increase resilience by acknowledging the good as well as detrimental past, and whereas the City of Westminster stands with all who stand for justice, humanity, and condemns all acts of othering in shapes of overt acts of microaggressions, and whereas by recognizing marginalized groups, the city brings awareness to provide education about such groups with the ultimate goal of unifying community through understanding and acceptance. Now therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff do hereby proclaim the second Monday of October as Indigenous People Day in the City of Westminster and call on the people of Westminster to join together in honoring the resilience and contributions of Indigenous people in our community across the country. Signed this 27th day, October 2025, Nancy McNally, Mayor of Westminster.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up is Councillor Ireland for proclamation for Cabrini Day.
Is it on? You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do I have some representatives for this proclamation? It's good we have you. I'd be standing up here alone, right?
Yes.
Change the order to Okay, this is a proclamation for the City of Westminster, whereas Francis Xavier Cabrini, dedicated to helping the poor and sick, had a significant impact on the lives of the less fortunate worldwide. Seen as a mother to the masses, Cabrini's work continues today via the many organizations bearing her name, both nationally and internationally, and whereas the patron saint of immigrants and one of Colorado's most significant Italian Americans, Francis Xavier Cabrini was born in Italy in 1850. In 1889, Mother Cabrini came to the United States to help immigrants in New York. 13 years later, she arrived in Colorado to help Denver's poor Italian immigrants. And whereas America is built on a foundation of multi-ethnic, indigenous, and immigrant generations, although born from compromise and rooted in Italian-American heritage, Cabrini Day offers everyone the opportunity to come together, reconnect, celebrate, and give back. And whereas with so much division in our world, Cabrini Day affords us the chance to reset and celebrate a holiday dedicated to things that unite us, encourage us to find common ground, and call us to act with kindness and compassion in our community. And whereas Colorado Cabrini Day is the first paid state holiday in the nation that recognizes a woman, and whereas the state of Colorado recognized Cabrini Day as a state holiday beginning in 2020, now therefore, I, Nancy McNally, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of the entire City Council and staff, do hereby proclaim the first Monday of October as Cabrini Day in the City of Westminster and call the people of Westminster to join in honoring the kindness and compassion of Francis Xavier Cabrini and seek ways to improve our community. Signed the 27th day of October, 2025. This is great. She was great. We need more women like her, right? Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
It's clear. There we go. 1, 2.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
That brings us to public comment. The public comment portion is an opportunity for the public to speak with the City Council. Each participant will have up to 3 minutes. Public comment is not intended to be a back and forth discussion. The City Clerk has informed me that we have received
No emails nor voicemails.
The city clerk, please call our first speaker.
The first speaker is Cindy Stout. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. I'm here tonight as just a private citizen. I don't have an agenda. I don't have a request. Instead, I just want to give you a heartfelt thank you for every one of you for serving our community. With this being the last council meeting before the election, it was just important to me to publicly recognize the amazing amount of work you all do. Until last February 2024, I had no idea the scope of your responsibilities. I've learned you have to balance more competing interests than I ever even knew were out there. Sometimes I've agreed with you, sometimes I haven't, but I respect and admire the sacrifices in your personal lives that you make in your service to my city. So to each of you, Christine, Amber, Sarah, Nancy, David, Claire, and Obi, thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Beverly Bishop. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. And I wanted to make a couple comments about Councilor Bill 35. And I went back and listened to the tape from the last meeting where that was discussed and voted on. And since then, I've heard a lot of different perspectives on this topic, and I just wanted to take this chance to voice some of my thoughts and also ask some questions sort of hypothetically. I certainly don't expect any answers, but anyway, I just been thinking about it a lot over the last couple of weeks. And the first thought or a question that I have is, I know you've no doubt looked at other cities where they have similar policies that have been implemented, and I'm very curious as to how they have, how they are working for them, and were they successful, and how did they define success? Success for whom? That's one thing that I've been thinking about. Along with that line of thought, as far as success for whom, do they look at, well, the businesses close by, public property, has their productivity gone up? Are there fewer community complaints? Has a complaint level gone down? Do many unhoused people, have very many unhoused people turn their lives around because of this kind of a policy? The second thing that I've been thinking of too, and I apologize if this was already covered in the discussions the last time, but anyway, I wonder, for those who refuse services, the unhoused people, the services that they're offered, what will be the effect of whatever kind of punishment they get? Will they be able to pay a fine if that's determined what is necessary? Do they have the means to be able to pay a fine? And if not, then if they go to jail, how is that going to affect them with getting their life back on track? And then the last item, I guess, is I've just really been thinking overall as to who really is going to benefit from this policy, and how. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Alan Farb. Welcome.
At the past council meeting, you voted 5-2 to move forward with Councilor's Bill 35, a backdoor city ordinance aimed at additional punishment for our growing numbers of unhoused women, men, and yes, children. Only Councilors Hott and Azadi saw the obvious flaws in this proposed ordinance. In fact, this ordinance can harshly criminalize anyone who the city manager or their designee, whoever that could be, by their discretion choose to cite with a criminal trespass anyone they choose. This ordinance, couched in wording that to the public and to the 5 council members who voted to move this forward, purposely never says one word that it's directed at our unhoused residents. However, City Attorney Frankel did say out loud that unwritten word when I believe Councilor Carmelia asked about any guardrails to this ordinance that could further punish potential violators. City Attorney Frankel's response admittedly said the word, the homeless. The reality is there are no specific guardrails to prevent any Westminster officer from citing or arresting anyone on any city property at their discretion. And here's something laughable. City staff tells you the fiscal impact is $0 in expenditures. I say to city staff, prove it. Prove that there will be absolutely $0 needed for any future source of funds to cover what we all know will cost this city more if you actually enact this laughable, flawed law. And laughable, consider this. This ordinance states specifically that it's the current 8, count them, 8 park rangers who will be tasked with providing enforcement for this ordinance. And where? All city parks, all recreation facilities, libraries, open spaces, water treatment plants, golf courses, and yes, even Stanley Lake, our city-operated police and fire buildings, and yes, this would include City Hall building, and yes, that would be any city-owned sidewalk. Sound far-fetched? That's what the ordinance says. Read between the lines and tell everyone in this city that this isn't the case, and tell your 8 park rangers this isn't the case. At the October 13th meeting, Councilor Ireland asked City Manager Andrews about whether this ordinance could require future taxpayer dollars to hire more park rangers. City Manager Andrews glibly brushed off the councilor's question, noting he saw no expected need for additional park rangers, as if our 8 rangers will be sufficient to cover the entire city 24/7. To use the city attorney's lipstick-covered word promulgating this ordinance by voting to enact it tonight, instead go back and really read it, discuss it among yourselves. You'll see that this ordinance, as presented, is superbly flawed, perhaps even illegal, and will cost the city far more than any of you have truthfully been told. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Tom Lampo.
Welcome.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. Hello to Westminster. It's good to be in front of you again. I'm Tom Lampo, and I'm here to lift up Westminster to the Lord. So please join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, in Jesus' name, we ask you to be with us here tonight and every day of our lives. You are welcome here in Westminster, and you are welcome wherever we are. You are very patient and long-suffering. You are around us in all aspects of our lives, and we don't acknowledge you or give you the praise you deserve. We would rather pull away from you instead of embracing all that you are. We've made the world to be very appealing, and this has blinded our eyes. We've replaced you and taken on other gods. Your word is there for us to learn from, and in Psalm 96:5 it states, "For all the gods of the peoples are worthless idols, but the Lord made the heavens." You are the God who creates. All our false gods can't create or even conceive an original idea. You wait for us to realize who you are. Thank you for being patient. We're living through incredible times. Life is changing as we live it. You've placed us here for just this time. You're preparing us for a better life. At times it's very difficult. We find ourselves placing our lives on hold because it overwhelms us to think of what's next. We find ourselves with little faith and more questions than answers. Our disbelief is stronger than our belief. As usual, you have made a way for us. Romans 10:17 it states, So faith comes from hearing, that is, hearing the good news about Christ. For us to increase our faith, we need to hear your word. Your word guarantees us that hearing your word increases our faith so we can trust and walk in your love. Place a desire in us to seek your word. Father, we lift up to you all in Westminster whose bodies are broken or sick. They need your loving touch to bring healing. You created us to live full lives. Our health is important to us, to live the life you have in store for us. Jeremiah 30:17, you state, I will restore you to health and heal your wounds, says the Lord. Have mercy on us and touch our bodies and restore us to perfect health. In you all things are possible. You can bring healing to our bodies. You are our God and we are your people. In Jesus' precious name we pray. Amen. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Nice night.
Thanks. And the last speaker is Jim Fenimore. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, Jody. Hey, just want to bring a few things to you. As usual, we got Halloween coming up, and we got our Arctic blast coming through, our cold spells, so make sure you got your plants protected so they don't freeze out tonight and tomorrow night. I don't know if you guys have been down to the History Center down there on 73rd and Lowell. I took and went down there to a tour, and it's very impressive. So if you haven't been down there, I advise that you take some time and put that on your bucket list and go down there and visit. It's really a great place for the community. Then I been watching the progress on the landscaping out front of the City Hall, and it looks like they're kind of wrap things up there. I was hoping that they would do something with the center median in front of the building out there on 92nd. It's been neglected. The bushes are dying. So next year, if we could do something with that, I think it'd be good for the City Hall to where it would look nice to the community. Then they're getting the crossing for the silent crossing down at 72nd, just east of Bradburn there. So we're going to be losing out on some of those train horns blowing and keeping us alert. So that's interesting to see that progress there. Then also, about a week and a half ago, when we had those horrendous winds, there was a tremendous dust storm came off of the uplands. There's a lot of soil that is exposed to the elements, so that when the wind blows, I mean, it literally was taking dirt. It was so bad, all the way down to Commerce City and across to Aurora. It was unbelievable, the dust. So when I was doing construction and land development, we were only allowed to have a small percentage of exposed dirt. Otherwise, we would be fined heavily. So I'm not sure why there's so much exposed dirt over there to where it's being blown around into the atmosphere. So we can check on that. That'd be a good thing to bring that into control. And other than that, just enjoy this community. Thank you very much for your time. Good night.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. Thanks. That brings us to City Manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a brief report this evening. Next slide, please. First, I would like to thank our speakers tonight. Really do appreciate it, and the recognitions were very significant this evening, both for our employees and the proclamations. So thanks to all who attended and participated. Special shout out to our inclusivity board members who work all year round, and I was very happy to see them here tonight receiving 2 proclamations on behalf of our community. By way of update, on Saturday, the city opened a disc golf course that is officially back in action at Big Dry Creek, right there beside City Park. So I want to thank everyone who joined us for that grand reopening. That is, again, located at 10495 Sheridan Boulevard and is open to all. The newly redesigned course is accessible to both novice all the way through to experienced players, and there's both short and long layouts, and that provides an inclusive and enjoyable outdoor experience for all. So if you have not yet checked that out, that is now open for the city, and we are already working on phase 2 to expand the course to add more holes and make it even more than it is today. But great feedback. That's a picture from Saturday, so thank you to all who attended and participated. I understand it was action-packed all day at the course, so more to come on our disc golf course, but a very successful opening on Saturday. Next slide, please. This is an important update for our community. This is a big one, and I want to put it up tonight. It is on our website. There will be a significant disruption at 88th and Lowell Boulevard, and that will be a closure of that intersection beginning Monday, November 3rd. And that is to accommodate some very significant and deep water line replacement and upgrading work right in that intersection. Work is anticipated to take approximately 2 months. Fire Station 2 nearby and Shaw Heights Middle School have been involved in the planning for those disruptions, so there will be full detour signage and information available on the city website. Significant enough that I wanted to flag it here for City Council and also for our community. Next slide, please. I also wanted, by way of public service announcement, let people know that the city's final tree limb recycling event of the year is coming up, and that event is scheduled already for Saturday, November 8th, and that will run from 8 a.m. through till noon at the Brow property, and that's at 10001 Alkire Street. So that's something the city hosts throughout the year, and that's a free tree limb recycling event, and that's for our residents to dispose of any broken, downed, or even limbs that they've cut off their trees free of charge. That gets mulched up and made back available to residents for no charge at our mulch site. Emergency tree limb recycling events will be scheduled as always in the event of a significant windstorm. So this is our scheduled event, the last one of the year, but if there's a big windstorm, we will typically also have an event following that one. Next slide, please. Last slide on the important day coming up, that is on November 4th. So on Tuesday is the 2025 Civic Election Day. There are significant items on the ballot for our community. So the purpose of this is to announce and remind everybody, please get out and vote. There is one mayoral seat available and 3 city councilor seats available on the ballot. So a very important election for Westminster City Council. And we also have a ballot measure, paramedics and pavement measure 3H that is also really important to our community, and we do really encourage our voters to show up and and vote for 3H and our 4 mayoral and city councilor candidates. You can get more information at westy.news/2025 election, and also related, the night before is Monday, November 3rd, and we will not be having a city council meeting that night. So no city council meeting on November 3rd. Next slide, please. On tonight's agenda, we have done our 3 presentations. Up on the agenda are 16 items on consent agenda. 3 of those have been removed and will be voted on separately, and we'll go through those as they arise. There is 1 public hearing scheduled this evening, and that is a public hearing and consideration of an appeal for an official development plan amendment for Sheridan Park filing number 6A, Block 3, Lot 3. So that is coming up this evening. And then there is 1 item after that, which is an old business item, and that is the second reading of Councilor's Bill number 35 regarding regulations and enforcement of the use and access to city-owned and or operated property and city facilities. Next slide, please. Coming up this week on Tuesday, the 28th, is the open house meeting at Kensington Park, and that is for our community to weigh in on the art project options. And I think, Councillor Ireland, you asked me about this. There are 7 options that the community will be having a look at that night and weighing in on. So please, if you are interested in the replacement art for those old totem poles, one of which blew down in a windstorm, this is the time to show up and go and have a look at what the artists have come up with in consultation with the local community there. Also on Tuesday the 28th is a Planning Commission meeting, and that will be right here at City Hall from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. And then on Wednesday this week, the 29th, the Environmental Advisory Board is meeting, and that's a hybrid meeting that starts at 6:30 p.m. Next slide, please. Next week, again, I want to highlight there is no meeting of City Council on November 3rd, that Monday. On Tuesday, November 4th, that is Election Day, so you can vote at any time. There are ballot boxes right out here at City Hall, and you can vote right up through Election Day, November 4th. On Wednesday, November 5th, is a special permit and license board meeting, and that's here in Council Chambers starting at 6 p.m. On Friday, November 7th, we had many of them here with us tonight, some of which are going to go back to the Target at 14451 Orchard Parkway. That's for Coffee with a Cop. That will start at 9 a.m. and run through till 11 a.m. So if you want to meet your local police officer, have any questions about policing or other parts of our community, please go and meet with our police officers at Target this Friday, November 7th from 9 a.m. through 11 a.m. at our Orchard Parkway Target. On Saturday, November 8th is that tree limb recycling event, and that's at the Brow property again at 10001 Alkire Street, running from 8 a.m. all the way through noon that day. Next slide, please. And again, no meeting next Monday, so no agenda next Monday. Next slide, please. And finally, always encourage people to use Access Westminster to raise a concern or a question for the city, westminsterco.gov/Access Westminster. You can get that on mobile app if you don't have that yet, and you can phone City Hall anytime Monday through Friday and speak to an operator, 303-658-2400, and in fact, reach us anytime now, 24/7, because we do have AI-assisted response after hours. Website is westminsterco.gov for any information, including traffic closures, and we do have 4 social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, X, and Nextdoor. That's all I have, Mayor.
Anyone have any questions? Councillor Carmelio?
Yes, on the tree limb recycling, I know I've brought this up in prior meetings. I think a few of us have. The north side of the city would love to see us partner with Broomfield because their centers are so much closer than ours, and I hope to work on that going forward. But today, for tree limb recycling, is there anything that accommodates that? Do we currently have a partnership, or is there anywhere closer they can go, or is it, I'll just wait there.
Thank you for the question, Councillor. The city-run one is the Brow property. That's where we've been doing it for years, so anybody from any part of the city can go there. I know that our staff is working with Broomfield on some other cooperative events. It is tricky. We haven't gotten there yet, but there are ongoing discussions. But at this time, our service is limited to the Brow property drop-off.
Thank you for confirming.
Councillor Ireland?
I wanted to ask if we're still going to have the Christmas tree recycling. Is that still going on at the end of the year?
That we do have I do have Parks, Recreation, and Libraries director here, but yes, we will do our Christmas tree drop-off, and that's located at our City Park Recreation facility in the parking lot. And as soon as we get a little closer to that, we'll start putting up information on that, but we do plan on having that this year again.
Great. So we did have some questions about the park rangers and all that, and we're comfortable that we're not going to have to add any cost to passing that ordinance. Is that true?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. We do have that item later up tonight. I can tell you also up tonight is the second reading of the 2026 budget, and I can provide highlights related to what the speaker raised. There are no new park ranger positions in the 2026 budget. There are no new police officers in the 2026 budget. There is a fully funded in-house co-responder program. There is a fully funded homeless navigator program, which is now, thanks to Council's leadership, including 4 homeless navigators. Also included in that budget is the city's very unique hotel voucher program, and also this year, under Council's direction, funds to go into the Jefferson County Regional Housing Initiative, primarily for cold weather response this year. Those are just some highlights that I could think of as the speaker was presenting tonight, but I do want to flag that there are no new positions in this budget for either Parks, Recreation, and Libraries in any area, neither for our police department, except, I should say, there is one in police for our communications 911 operator, but that's primarily to deal with the increase in call load for our fire department.
All right, thank you.
Councillor or Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
That brings us to City Council comments. I'll go straight back to you, Mayor Pro Tem. Do you have anything?
No, thanks.
Councillor Camelia?
Yes, thank you, as always, to all our speakers. Special thank you to Cindy. That was possibly, at least for me, the kindest and most thorough thank you I've ever received, and so that was very meaningful. I appreciate it, and honestly, it's an honor to serve this community. I genuinely love what I do. I want a couple announcements. One, the Federal Bus Rapid Transit. If you don't know what that is, it is coming soon. Work should begin, construction should begin next year, and it's going to be going up and down Federal Corridor, and it's really going to be there to improve travel times and improve reliability of our transit services. And I mention this because there's an open house this week. We have 2 of them, and I encourage folks to go. Please go. First open house is this Wednesday, 5 to 7 at the MAC, and then the second open house is this Thursday, 5 to 7 at Westwood Community Center. And so I just want folks to be able to learn about what it is that's coming, because it will be disruptive over the years of construction, and then I want them to have a real good idea of why we're doing it. And it's a regional collaborative project, and so it's not just Westminster being affected, it's up and down the whole North Metro. And then I also want to talk about the fact that SNAP benefits ended on Friday, which impacts many of the folks in our city. And so ultimately I want to figure out, I know that we're having an election here, and so we're going to have to figure out the direction that our council goes in once folks are on here. But I do know that during COVID, which was another time of an emergency, that the city partnered in different ways with some of the organizations around the city, and I really want us to start thinking now about how we can make some sort of concerted effort happen. In the meantime, I just have a call to action to residents. If you can spare dollars, if you can spare food, your organizations like Growing Home, they need you. Growing Home, Fish, and Almost Home, they need your support. And Almost Home is hosting a 5K fundraiser right now, and so if you want to join that, that's a really good way to give that's meaningful. And Growing Home, we have representatives right here in the audience that can help tell us exactly how to donate. And what I learned recently is that dollars are more beneficial because they can get food at a wholesale value. So just know that your money goes further. Thank you.
Councillor Ireland?
I just want to thank all those that came and spoke. Of course, I love you to come out and speak and let me know what's on your mind. Thank you for the thank yous. Thank you, Jim, for telling us about the dust. We wouldn't be aware of any of that if it weren't for you going around the city, keeping us aware, so we appreciate you. And thank for all those that are concerned with the homeless. It sounds like with the SNAP program being blocked basically or out of money, that we're going to have other needs. I know there's 13,000 people in our city that depend on it, so that's a lot. I learned that Adams County meeting. So we can all step up as neighbors, citizens, and help those in need. Thank you.
Anyone else? I just wanted to mention that, and I think he left because his employee was here for his recognition, but Lance Johnson was honored last week as he is going into the Golf Hall of Fame. We had a fun time out at at Walnut Creek Golf Course, and the video that Christopher and Lance did was just hilarious. And I didn't know Christopher golfed, but he did let Lance win, so that was a good thing. So anyway, that was a great afternoon, and I just wanted to say thanks for everybody that took the time to honor him. And he's a very quiet and shy person, so you could tell he wasn't the most comfortable either, but he had a great time, and his wife was able to join him, and his daughter called while we were all there, so we got to see her because she FaceTimed him. So, and then he finally said, "Can we talk after I get home?" So it was a good day. I also want to share at the business appreciation that we had Wednesday or Thursday last week, there was our sustainability folks there. And could they send out what I picked up from them, because it will help anybody that needs food, period. There's an app, and if you have an apple that's going to go bad and you want somebody to be able to have it, you can put that on it. I'm really thinking about our restaurants, the bakeries, anybody that maybe has whatever left over that is edible. It's good, and it's just that either they made too much or they didn't sell enough that day. But that is, as she described it, it is made for, if you're looking for food, you can be there and see when it comes on, you can respond. But if you have extras, you could put on there so that you can get rid of it. So I just think it's something, especially in this day and age. And also Tri-City, also if anybody wants to have food drives and stuff, either for them or the Presbyterian Church, both of those, I know Tri-City's right now at around 2,100, 2,200 household members they're feeding every couple of weeks. And I never get the numbers on their off week, but that's pretty, the twice a month they're doing 2,200 people per time. So just places that we can be aware of and think about and easily help if you have some extra food. Anyone else? Okay, that brings us to the consent agenda. Let me turn my page. Councilor DeMont.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve consent agenda items 8A through 8D, 8F through 8G, and 8J through 8P.
Councilor Zadi?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve items 8A through 8D, 8F through G, and 8J through P. Before we take a vote, I just want to thank Eric. I know you're back in the back room. I just want to thank you on behalf of Sheridan Green. Word got out today that the renaming of Stratford Park is being made into Sheridan Green, and they're thrilled. So thank you, Alex. Thank you, Parks and Rec. Thank you for the entire process. As soon as you put that together, I know I was probably the first one to put in the request, but they
their heart and soul is in that school and in that ground, and being named now Sheridan Green, I'll even know where to go home instead of where's Stratford Lake. It makes sense now. Councillor DeMott.
I know you're not going to take credit, but I'm going to give you credit for it because the mayor worked tirelessly to make sure that that happened after listening to the community that she lives in. So you deserve big kudos because I know you weren't going to take no for an answer and you won't take credit, but I'm going to make sure you get it.
Oh, thanks. It's for the whole. Okay, roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
And Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to motion 8E1. Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 43 on second reading, amending the 2025 budget of the general utility, golf course, general capital outlay, replacement, and investigation recoveries, conservation trusts, parks, open space, and trails, and general capital improvement funds, and authorizing supplemental appropriation from the 2024 carryover and 2025 revised revenues.
Councillor Azadi.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass motion, or Councillor's Bill number 43. Is there any further discussion?
I want to say something. So I'm the one that took this off the consent agenda. So I asked questions about the events last time, and I thought more and more about it because I brought it up in the budget meeting a lot. And $500,000 a year spent for events, especially when a lot of them are for special interest groups, involve alcohol, which costs more money. And we have such need in our city and in our counties for help to our less fortunate citizens. I think we can do better at cutting some of these events out and not spending so much money, because over 10 years, that's $5 million. And we're asking our citizens to pay more for sales tax for the fire department, and I just think that the money could be better spent in other ways. So that is why I'm voting no on this.
Roll call, please.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
No.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to motion to pass Councillor's Bill number 44. Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 44 on second reading, amending Chapter 7 and 8 of Title 8 of Westminster Municipal Code concerning the amount and implementation of water and sewer tap fees.
Councillor Azadi.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councillor's Bill number 44. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
And Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Councillor's Bill number 45. Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 45 on second reading, making appropriations to pay the expense of continuing the public business for the year 2026 and other purposes required by the charter and any other law.
Councillor Azadi.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councillor's Bill number 45. Is there any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Councillor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nurmela.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
Yes.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
And Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to motion 8H, move to authorize the mayor to execute and revise a revised employment agreement. Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the mayor to execute a revised employment agreement with Jody L. Andrews for his services as city manager for 2026 with an effective date of January 1st, 2026.
Councillor Azadi.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass motion 8H. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Ireland.
I'm not going to approve this. Jody is at the top of anyone being paid in the metro area, basically. Unfortunately, we have a consultant that didn't have the numbers for us when I went into a meeting to discuss these salaries, which made it difficult for me to make a a decision on this. So I've been doing my own homework, and we just cannot keep escalating salaries in our city, because our city is actually shrinking. It's shrinking faster than any city in the metro area. So I will be voting no on this.
Councilor DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's important when people look at these things, just like anything, we often hear people want to compare us to other cities. Our city is our city. We're a full service city. We have fire, police, water, streets. Other cities, Parks, Rec. Arvada, for example, has a special district for fire and for their parks. So it's hard for us to compare. And so when we look at compensation, we do look at the market. However, we need to look at the job that Jody Andrews is doing for this city. And in my mind, he's doing a fabulous job for the city, and I'm excited to approve this contract. He has done hard work to, not just this time, but when he was in term last time, save close to $2 million that he took out of the city manager's office and put it back into streets. He's done things to make sure that we don't grow the organization at tight times, but still meet the needs of this community. And additionally, when we look at our needs of our fire department, he figured out how to find one-time funds through him and his staff for our training tower, which will bring revenue back as we allow other departments to use it, as well as pay for one of the stations that we need. So I think that Jody's worth the money to keep here, and so I'm very pleased to approve this contract, and I'm glad you'll be staying on with us.
Councilor Carmelia?
I'd like to pile on to some of Councilor DeMott's statements that he just made, and I think it's worth it to take a moment to stop and recognize how much it is that our city manager actually does here, and to look at what we've accomplished in Westminster over the last year alone, as well as the size, number, and scope of projects that we have going on in our city simultaneously. We are building a new municipal courthouse. We are designing a new water plant. As Councilor DeMott mentioned, we are a full-service city. I like to call that out because many cities have special districts for their fire or for their water or for their PRL even. And so there's a lot that we accomplish within the scope and within the budget, by the way, which we'll get to shortly, within the city. And so that is why it's so important to us to keep our salaries competitive, because we don't want our city manager going anywhere. And he has such an impressive background that I think that it behooves us to really know what an honor it is for us to have someone like Jody serving our city.
I won't belabor it, but thank you for all you've done this past year. You have listened to this council. You know sometimes before we know what we want to do, and you have done an extraordinary job. Working with you as mayor and knowing all the things that we do in pre-meeting just to make sure our meetings run smoothly. You always are thinking ahead for any stones that do need to be turned and we look at, and I appreciate that. You have a grace about you that you care about this city. It is your city too, and I just want to say thank you for all you do, and I won't apologize for what we pay to you. Councilor Zadi? I'll get you just 1 second. Councilor Zadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just pile on and say, Jody, you've done an excellent job. You have an excellent staff all the way down. It's been incredible what you've done in the last year, and you have saved us millions of dollars. Millions of dollars have been saved by this man in the 12 months. Many, many, many millions of dollars. That's your taxpayer dollars have been saved, and I thank you for that.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. I'll just say I also am voting in favor of Jody's contract. I think that not only has he been able to accomplish so much with it, being a city manager is a difficult job, and you have 7 different bosses with different expectations, and I think he's managed that incredibly well. And then on top of us, then there's the entire community, and Jody has worked hard to listen to us, to reach out more into the community and engage residents, and I think that's evident in the several years that Jody has been serving as city manager. So I just wanted to add that kudos to the work that he's done. And Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Hott?
Yeah, I'm not going to repeat everything, but I've told you over and over what an incredible job that I think you're doing, and you're definitely worth every penny, and I look forward to approving this tonight.
Roll call, please.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella.
Yes.
Councillor Ireland.
No.
Councillor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councillor DeMott.
Yes.
Councillor Azadi.
Yes.
And Councillor Hott.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to motion 8I, move to authorize the mayor to execute a revised employment agreement with David R. Frankel. Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to authorize the mayor to execute a revised employment agreement with David R. Frankel for his services as city attorney for 2026 with an effective date of January 1, 2026.
Councillor Azadi.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve motion 8I. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Ireland.
There's a couple of things for me. I think Attorney Frankel's salary is too high for someone who's basically a general practitioner, not an expert in his field. And also, he has not earned my trust over these past years, so starting with the water recall on, so I will not be approving his contract. Thank you.
Councillor Carmelia.
I'll just say that it is not easy meeting the expectations, as we just mentioned, of 7 different bosses. And thank you for all of your efforts, continued efforts to keep us out of trouble. It's not an easy job, and it's pretty thankless. If I think our jobs are thankless, your job is certainly thankless. So appreciate you.
Councillor DeMott.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to be keeping you on, Dave. I've worked with you through multiple councils and seen what grace you deal with each of us and try to bring forward the best information you can, even with folks that sometimes are difficult to deal with and combative at times. So I appreciate the work that you do and that you're going to be staying on with us, and look forward to continuing to work with you.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything since I can't see you?
Yeah, I'll just add that I want to thank Mr. Frankel for the work that he and his team have been doing for us, not only on the city level, but working with the state as well, and our concerns there. And so I always find him to be incredibly accessible, and I appreciate that, and I'm looking forward to approving this contract.
I agree with everything that's been said, but thank you for all that you do. You always give us the pros, the cons. You listen to the questions, you answer them. You keep us well informed so that we can make good decisions. And when there's a time that we need to stop and look at something, you tell us that. I just appreciate it, because from the state level to what people want us to do here in our own city, it's very varied. And you have a great team that we have gotten to work with in different ways in different places, just because they have different expertises. And I just appreciate that. So thank you. Councillor Hott?
Yeah, I just, I look forward to approving this as well. I think that you do a really good job. You bring us information in a timely manner. I agree that you're not always treated fairly, which is unfortunate. But I think that you do a very good job for us. You're always accessible, and you always come to work, no matter what's going on, with a good attitude, and there's that smile. You always come with a good attitude and a smile, no matter what's going on, and I really appreciate the times that you have spent meeting with me when I've asked, and just all that you do for us, and so I look forward to approving this tonight.
Roll call, please.
Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Azadi.
And I'll just add to Dave that I've been tough on you for many different topics, but you handle it so well. You really do, and you know that it's always in the service of the city. When I disagree, it's because I care about the people and I'm trying to defend them. But you have always been there. You do provide a lot of information and you are super accessible. So I look forward to approving this tonight.
Roll call, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Nermella.
Yes.
Counselor Ireland?
No.
Counselor Carmelia?
Yes.
Counselor DeMott?
Yes.
Counselor Azadi?
Yes.
Counselor Hott?
Yes.
And Mayor McNally?
Yes.
The motion passes on a 6-1 vote.
That brings us to item 10A, a public hearing in consideration of an appeal for an official development plan amendment for Sheridan Park filing number 6A, Block 3, Lot 3. It is 8:12, and I will open the public hearing and welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Councilors. John McConnell, Planning Manager here, to provide you with the staff's presentation of the appeal of an ODPA determination. A staff agenda memo has been created, and tonight's public hearing has been noticed. In the agenda memo, its associated attachments, tonight's PowerPoint presentation, the public notice published in the Westminster window, the mailed notices, and the posted notices are hereby entered into the record at this time. Staff would like to note for the record that the applicant did not, in all cases, mail the notice that was provided by the city in accordance with Westminster Municipal Code 11.5.13A6, which outlines the public hearing notification requirements. According to this city code provision, it is the city's responsibility to prepare the form of the notice to be issued and provide this to the applicant, which the city did. It is the applicant's responsibility to accept the form of notice that the city provides, print and package the letter, and mail it at their cost. It's important to note that the mailed notice is a legal requirement, and this letter, although mailed by the applicant, is a letter from the city and represents notice of the public hearing by the city. Staff was notified by 2 citizens just this morning that the notice they each received contained several additional pages of content that were later determined to be added to the approved notice by the applicant. The content was not provided or authorized by the city. Additionally, the applicant modified the required vicinity map and site plan illustration to substantially reduce its size, remove its labels, and place it on the first page next to the planning manager's signature. This effectively rendered the illustrations unreadable. The city was also a recipient of the mailed notice because the city owns property within the notification radius. The notice the city received is the one that staff provided to the applicant. It is unclear how many modified notices were sent out to other recipients. Staff is noting this for the record as a misrepresentation of the city's communication to the public. For reference, the clerk has provided you with copies of the staff provided notice and the notice that was modified and mailed by the applicant for your review. Notwithstanding the issues with the notice, staff has consulted the city attorney on this matter, and we believe that the required mailed notice substantially complies with the legal notification requirement because it did retain the original content that staff provided, which contains the time and the location of the public hearing. That said, staff recommends that City Council continue to hold this public hearing because substantial compliance was met. And we just request that we include both of those notices in the public record. First, I'd like to provide you a little bit of background on the location of the subject property. The subject property is located directly east of the intersection of Yates Drive and Wolf Court in the Sheridan Business Park. For reference, it's outlined on this aerial photograph in red. Other nearby landmarks, if you pan north in the aerial photograph, you'll see the City Hall and, of course, the Sheridan Park and Ride that's just up the street from the subject property. The subject property is one of the last remaining vacant, developable commercial lots in the Sheridan Business Park. The comp plan designation is neighborhood office, and the zoning is PUD. The Sheridan Business Park began construction in the early 1980s. Several buildings were built between the 1980s and the 1990s, and some of the latest buildings were built specifically adjacent to this vacant lot in the 2010s. As noted, the subject property is located within the Sheridan Business Park PUD. For your reference, in the aerial photograph on the left of your screen, it's outlined in green, and it's the portion of the outlined green that's on the east side of US 36. So it covers quite a bit of area. The subject property is also a part of the amended ODP for Sheridan Park Filing 6A. If you look at the aerial photograph on your right, you'll see the vacant lot. The two developed lots to the north of the vacant lot are a part of the same official development plan as the vacant lot. Those two lots were developed in the, I believe, the late 90s. This ODP entitles a professional office building development with the approval of a site-specific development plan. This is what each of those buildings and properties adhered to when they were developed. No other uses are permitted on this ODP, so only office uses are allowed here. And the subject property is noted as flanked by developed lots containing office uses within the same ODP and greater PDP. I'll start by giving you an overview of the appeal. The applicant applied for the ODP amendment to entitle a 4.5-foot tall wooden residential style fence placed interior to the property line. The top image shows the outline of the lot and the curvature of the street right-of-way. The interior squarish shape shows the location of the proposed residential style fence. Fencing, and the applicant at this time only wants to put up the fence. There are security concerns that he will likely talk about when he provides you his presentation. Fencing, if proposed in a commercial development, is typically approved in conjunction with a full development plan. Fencing is not common in commercial developments, and I'll speak to that a little bit more in the coming slides. The fence design, materials, and location require the approval of an ODP. A property owner of a commercial property cannot just get a fence permit from the city. That fence has to be titled and allowed on an ODP, and so that's what this submittal was for. The ODP was submitted, reviewed for administrative approval, and staff denied it on June 18th of this year. The applicant exercised its due process right to appeal that per our city code. That appeal goes to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission heard the applicant's case on September 9th. The Planning Commission denied the appeal. The applicant then further exercised their right to appeal the Planning Commission's denial to the City Council, and that is the subject of the hearing tonight. Staff understands that this City Council has not heard an appeal of an ODP. In fact, in my 10 years with the city, I've never seen one brought to the City Council. So this is a unique situation, so I want to spend a few minutes going over the process and the code references that guide it. So 1155 of the Westminster Municipal Code outlines the official development plan requirement. And Provision A specifically states that no property can be used or developed and no building permits issued, including fence permits, unless there is an approved ODP. And this lot does not have an approved site-specific ODP on it. 1158 of the Westminster Municipal Code outlines the format and approval process of the official development plan, and many of you, or all of you, are familiar with that. Specifically, Provision 2B provides that any ODP that's not administratively approved can be appealed. That denial can be appealed to the Planning Commission. And Provision 3 notes that the Planning Commission makes that final decision unless the applicant, within a timely manner, appeals the Planning Commission's denial to the City Council. And of course, 11513 provides that specifically in Provision B. And so, again, that is the subject of the public hearing tonight, is that appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to the City Council. City Council is familiar with the standards of approval for ODPs and ODP amendments. It's not often that you would see one. ODPs are typically the jurisdiction of just the administrative approval process, or in some cases, the Planning Commission. Staff did not find that this ODP met the standards of approval. There are 17 of those. There's a lot of detail in the staff report that I know you've seen. But in summary, the staff did not find that the type of fence, the materials, location were compatible with the character of the area, and specifically the character of the ODP for which the lot is located in. As said earlier, and you know this from knowing your city, it's very uncommon to see fences of any type in commercial areas. I've shown some pictures here of some common fences and some of our commercial properties throughout the city. They generally fall into 3 to 4 different categories. The images on the top left show daycares. Daycares are required to have playgrounds. Playgrounds are required to have secure fences. And as you see, there's generally that black metal picket fence for those uses. Another common use of security fences or commercial grade fences are on city facilities. The images on the top row to your right illustrate some of the city facilities that have this type of fencing. Other applications are self-storage. Self-storage requires security fencing, and it's typically that metal picket fence. Occasionally, commercial properties of various types have retaining walls, and in some cases, as with the images on the bottom row, those retaining walls are next to pedestrian ways, and so a fence is necessary to act as a barrier to ensure that pedestrians don't fall off the retaining wall and get hurt. And then the last picture on the bottom left hand of the screen, you're all familiar with that. That's from the Cleo Wallace facility. That fence is largely decorative. I don't think it keeps things in or out. It's been there for a long time. It's painted green to match the aesthetic of the light standards and everything along Church Ranch Boulevard. So I want to speak just a moment to the concept of equal protection under city regulation. It's a really important concept, especially in terms of land use regulations, and especially in our system of planned unit development, implementing design standards and equity across different development types. This illustration shows a development right down at the end of Yates. The aerial photograph shows the subject property still in red. There's a blue line that shows the proximity of the property that I'm speaking to with this slide. This property had security issues. It was around 2020. They approached the city to amend their ODP to entitle a security fence. They were concerned about trespassing, theft, and vandalism, specifically behind their building, between their building and US 36. And so they went through the process. The staff worked with them to approve, in this case, it was a black metal chain link type fence. It was in the back of their building. It provided them with the security they need. And staff did feel like it was a commercial grade fence, and it largely fit the character and the aesthetic of commercial properties. Noting also that these are images from that particular ODP. There were notes placed on the ODP because this fence crossed city easements. There were water and sewer easements, drainage easements, public utilities. The city does allow fences to cross utilities. We always put notes recognizing that those easements are there, and that if the city needed to remove those pieces for any reason, that the property owner would have to concede to that. So this is my last slide. In summary, our staff recommendation is that you hold the public hearing. We recommend that you deny the requested appeal and uphold the denial of the ODP amendment. The applicant is here with us tonight. He has prepared a presentation. Ms. Fitch will run the presentation, so I'll close this one down. But I'm available if you have any questions now or later on in the public hearing. And I do have some staff here that were involved in various communications with the applicant over the month.
Thank you. Anything at this time from anybody? Okay.
Hi, everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good to see you all. I saw you all at the Armed Forces Tribute. You did a brilliant job. I really appreciate it. Though even today, I was slightly regretting, because the reason I bought this property was all precipitated from me buying the 21 bricks for my family, who were all in the most of them were in the U.S. Army. It was 20 of them, of the bricks I bought were in the U.S. Army, and then I had my one cousin who was in the Marines. Then I have some others, but I didn't get bricks for them. But
sir, we need you to be by the microphones because we're on video.
The only thing is the germs, so I'll speak towards it so you can hear better, but I don't want to be right on it because of the germs. That's why I'm not sitting in here either. I brought my own chair, but they wouldn't let me bring it in this time. So let me just try to be quick because I have this slideshow, and then you all can make your decision. I have let you all know what's going on, and that is the thing. I thought the Armed Forces Tribute Garden is done up so well, and I was so happy to see the signs on there to get bricks. I got the 21 bricks, and I spent months paying for that, the 21 bricks, and this fence application has now cost me more than that. It's cost me around $4,000. It's $950 in fees for the hearings, and then these mailings. The mailing I sent was very legible. The map on it is very legible. I spent $1,300 having that sent out, and I sent photographs to you all of my hands when I spent 12 hours putting all the stuffing of the envelopes to mail for the Plan Commission hearing. And so since I have let them know I am allergic to the mail, I had a 2-year-long vaccine side effect with both my hands and both my ankles, and internally second-degree burns for 2 years. They wouldn't go away, and then luckily somehow early last year they did go away after 2 years, after the Pfizer vaccine at Walmart in Broomfield. I just started to get these burns on my hands. I even have a couple like little cuts on my hands. I think it may be from putting up the signs or something like that, and maybe even the salt. But anyway, so let's get on. But like I said, I had such a great time doing the Armed Forces Tribute Garden bricks that I also happened to have this event where I was looking for another property. And this property pulled up. I called the county. I asked if it could have a fence. They said, yeah, you have to call the city. I called the city for a couple days. Dave German explained it was Anita, who I spoke to on the second day, who then put me through to a planner. Ms. Baden did an incredible job. She said she didn't see a problem with a fence there. I couldn't take 3 steps onto this property. I looked down. There was stuff slithering. The whole property was covered, every square foot, in either dog excrement or residue. And I have emailed and let you all know, the problem is this is not just like one family's backyard with their pets. My aunt has 6 dogs. I mean, she keeps them all in the backyard or, living room or something. This is that whole neighborhood's dogs. And this property was covered in decades of trash. I didn't even recognize the labels on the junk of like the Pepsi cans, like from the late 1970s or early 1980s. And then underneath the top layer of dirt, there's more trash, chicken turkey packages from like the 1990s or late 80s or something like that. It's just trash, trash, trash. The pathogens on that property were bad enough that they can destroy brain, heart, and lung tissue. It's because of that excrement. And the fence fixes that. And Ms. Baden, the planner, said she did not see a problem with a fence there. I bought the property that day after I looked up and saw that she was a planner. She said she didn't see a problem with fence, and that's what I'm asking you all to approve the fence based in part on that. And also the health factors. I should be able to work on the property. Workers who I hire should be able to work on the property without encountering pathogens that can destroy lung, heart, and brain tissue. That's what I'm seeing. My family built a small hospital. I used to live and work there, about 400 beds. We had a penthouse. I lived in the penthouse with my family, and we then built a not-for-profit medical research institute with a motto of eliminate cancer as a cause of suffering and death. My family's charity has funded $200 million in cancer research, and I read a lot of medical research, and I've been reading a lot on the COVID also on the side. And that's what I'm saying. I mean, just to let you all know, in case a lot of people don't hear the medical science stuff, medical research stuff, but that is how bad this property was. Every square foot with piles of dog excrement. I spent 3 months cleaning it up, and now it still gets that. I went to the Rhode Island School of Design, Providence, Rhode Island, and I spent a great deal of time trying to design this fence so that it would blend in with this park and this property. This fence looks nice. And by the way, also I have now signed up for a security company to do patrols on this property, and I'm prepaying that for the next 5 years because I had my lawn equipment box broken into 6 times on this property with the locks cut and all my lawn equipment stolen, like $1,000, the lawn equipment on those 6 break-ins, and then a few others of stealing bags of dirt. The fence reduces or eliminates that. And also the 4.8-star security company that I've hired to do patrols on this property, they offer a real-time response for something like $65 per response. And I intend on, if I get the fence, making sure that there's a response if it's tampered with or vandalized. A very quick response just to defend the fence and defend the area. Now, by the way, the Plan Commission was speaking up the security issue, and John McConnell just mentioned it. That rear part of the fence gets the most line-of-sight views from unique neighbors. It has 5 different line-of-sight views on the east side of the fence, which is kind of the rear. And I spoke to those neighbors, and they told me they monitor that area. There's also 5 easements on this property. 4 on the property, and then the electric poles on the other side of my wood fence that's already on the property. And my fence allows those all to be accessible so that I don't have to, Rick Mayo was saying fences can enclose easements, but there's a U.S. post box there. And the line on the map that I was sent by planning 3 times, they sent me the map, and it encloses the U.S. post box. I asked 3 times, why? And 3 times they never replied. So let's just quickly go to the slideshow, and let me let you all get to your work. I did notice on the video, the YouTube broadcast, it was out of sync. It was on the image of our friend Attorney Graham, and I just figured maybe it was him who said it, because the video was out of sync. On the broadcast, they took like 4 or 5 minutes to try to fix it. It was still out of sync, but somebody, it looked like Attorney Graham, said, I do not agree with staff's finding that the fence is not compliant. I based my designs on the approved resources. The zoning says maximum amount of flexibility for design. And the approved paperwork that goes with the deed, it's something like 4 or 5 pages from 1982. It twice mentions fences. It says customary fences and improvements equal fences. This fence looks nice. It's based on the one across the street from where I live, which is about 1 3/4 up the road from this property. That 4.5-foot horizontal wood fence. Also, in this business park, 2 doors up, another property has a 4.5-foot horizontal wood fence. And during our one conference, Mr. McConnell said, that's an air conditioner cover. I looked at it because I rented a hotel room next door to the property for 3 months while I cleaned the property up. So I was there constantly, cleaning up the property and walking to the hotel. And I went by it again just to check it out because I had noticed it, and no, it's not. It's a long section of horizontal wood fence that's 4.5 foot approximately, just like the one that I am applying for. So there's one right there in the park. And then lastly, before we move to the next slide, which is we got to move on, is the fact I then, before the Plan Commission hearing, looked up vacant lots on Zillow in Westminster, and the first 2 that pulled up both had fences. One was wood. One has 2 4-sided fences side by side. They're both in otherwise completed business areas. And then lastly, let me say this very unfortunate situation. Less than a mile from my new property was that atrocious road rage incident in another very similar business park where 5 people were shot in a horrible road rage incident. And I wrote on my application, my fence is to safety my property. And with that sort of just tragic stuff going on, it's smart to think of that safety of property, especially when I've had 6 break-ins, locks cut on my lawn equipment box. And the graffiti in the front of the park says, "Don't be a Jew." And I'm just saying, like, with all the vandalism and thefts and breaking in, cutting locks, people carrying weapons and that sort of thing, very worrisome. Got the security company now. The fence does a great job of helping secure anybody inside of the fence. And also, the fence shields from the Rocky Flats pollution that we unfortunately have here. And metal becomes a secondary source of radiation. Whereas wood, when I typed it into the artificial intelligence search, it says wood shields from that. And I've explained there's a complicated situation. The dog excrement and the metal make a bad mix because metal with radiation increases something most people have never heard of called furin. The COVID has a double furin cleavage. So if you put a metal thing there next to plutonium stuff, it's not a good recipe, especially when there's the excrement with the main binding receptor of COVID being the angiotensin converting enzyme number 2, which is found most in the small intestines of both humans and animals. So the COVID's in the dog excrement. You put metal there with Rocky Flats pollution, you're increasing furin, and it's just not a good situation. It's an obscure medical fact. Most people wouldn't have heard of it. I read a lot of medical research because my family built the charity. Let's move on and try to get this all wrapped up quick with my remaining slides. This property could be a valuable property for Westminster if the fence is approved. If it's not, I'll keep it as an investment property, but this $4,000 to apply for a fence, after I was first told by a planner she didn't see a problem with the fence there, is cost prohibitive. But I would like to try to gear this property up so that it can be a valuable asset for Westminster. The property is bad enough that it could cause lethal infections. I spoke to some neighbors. The wife, then I spoke to her again and said, "Oh, I spoke to you and your husband." And she's like, "You didn't speak to my husband." I was like, "Well, I was talking to both of you, and I think that maybe he has some sort of speech debilitation type thing." he's living next to that, what used to be an awful health hazard. That worries me. I'm concerned for the neighbors and also the office neighbors, and I want to clean up the property so it's no longer a thing that causes lethal infections. And so the wood fence prevents that, should be approved. I'm asking the one city employee, this is repeating it, he said that he did not find that fence to be non-compliant as planning is saying. And then the chairman of the Plan Commission, by the way, voted in favor of the fence, Mr. Carpenter. And then also the commissioner who lives nearest to that area voted in favor of the fence. You may or may not have seen the broadcast. Let's move on to the next slide. And then this is just one of the things I found. This awful CBS Colorado with interviews from Rocky Flats neighbors with this severe birth defect stuff that appears to be from the plutonium, meaning hopefully Westminster considers being very, strict in adhering to the precautions having to do with the plutonium type stuff. And then there's other pollution around here, but that one in particular, because my family built the hospital, lived at the hospital, read a bunch of medical research. I don't hear about this type of birth defect, and this is a lady saying her friends who lived in that area, one child was born with this just awful birth defect where she was, according to this lady, missing part of some brain tissue, which sounds like it wasn't just some sort of minimal case, but a severe case. Moving on. And then this is the part of the zoning that I based my fence on. It says this specific zoning, it's a district where a maximum amount of flexibility is allowed in order to create a unified, innovative approach to mixed-use design. I like that. I wanted maximum flexibility. I was very surprised when it kind of got turned around, and when I put all that into artificial intelligence, the sequence of events, the artificial intelligence search like Twitter.com said, what you're experiencing is like bait and switch scam, regulatory extortion, where all of the commissioners who denied made statements not saying that I could have what's allowed in the resources, but they were saying that I was limited to what brings them in more monetary fees. And the Twitter.com AI said that's pretty much regulatory extortion type of stuff. I think that Westminster can improve a whole lot of that. This is a fence. This is a basic improvement. It's also to prevent a health hazard, which, anyway, so moving on. And this is the edge of the corner of the map I was sent 3 times. I put the arrow, there's a U.S. post box there. The dotted line encloses the post box. The dotted line overlaps the fence that's already there. I asked why 3 times, because I was sent the map 3 times. They never replied. Because obviously they're very busy, but I also feel like there was some leaning on how do we bring in as much money as possible on this request for a basic improvement? And I think that Westminster can hopefully improve on that. So the parameters are such that any group of employees can run the office in a way that's respectful of all those health factors and also what's allowed. Because I based my design for the fence on the approved paperwork and also on speaking to a planner who said to me that she did not see a problem with the fence there, and I would have to apply. Well, I looked up, saw she's a planner there. I bought it that day. It's something called a simultaneous swap, a non-1031 simultaneous swap. Most simultaneous swaps will be a 1031, which is a tax-saving maneuver. Say you own a home, you get so old you can't really get around your home. Well, that happens a lot. A 1031 means you can exchange your home and not have the huge tax bills on your cap gains on your home. You can exchange it. The safest way to do that is a simultaneous swap, so there's no risk of you losing your money. Well, we did that, but we didn't do the 1031 part. But so that would be even more rare. That's what me and my family did on this property, only to just, you know, a couple days later being told that when I said the property's covered in dog excrement, I then got an email back from Mr. German saying, well, we allow dog walking anywhere, Westminster does. And then it was just strange because the two commissioners, Mr. Mayo and Mr. Kinnear, both said that they were denying my fence because it would allow dog walking outside of the fence and or dog excrement outside of the fence. But my original conversation on this with Mr. German, he said dog walking is allowed anywhere. And they're saying they're denying because I would allow dog walking outside my fence. The property has the 5 easements. And it's a lot better, in my opinion, to leave those accessible. One of these next photos will be, I showed up at the property and there was the electric truck working on the electric poles. So next slide, please. Thank you so much. This one, just take a second, because it covers all the main points. They first said they do not see a problem with fence there. That was a planner. Then I explained that the property is covered in dog excrement, and then there's also toilet paper, other types of excrement. It was pretty gross. It was a health hazard, and it hadn't been cleaned up in a very long time. I looked at it though and said, you clean that thing up, you put a fence on it, it's as good as new. And I had originally asked Mr. Andrews' office about, and Mayor McNally's office about the medical marijuana. It was explained, which, as you know, I felt like it could have been explained a little better, that the voters did not vote for the excise tax. I then looked up an article that explained the voters did vote for the marijuana businesses, then didn't vote for the excise tax. But that's fine. I thought, well, you know, I live 1.5 miles from the property, so I'll get it anyways. It could be good for something like a medical tech company. And I think that would be a valuable asset, and I would gear the property up for that sort of thing. If the fence doesn't get approved, again, it's just cost prohibitive for me, and I do not believe I'm going to, you know, as fully pursue that. So I do hope you consider it. And then this last part, the original paperwork I already mentioned, it goes with the deed. It's one of the few papers that goes with the deed. It's the approved covenant for this property. It says customary fences. And I've had all the lawn equipment stolen. Next slide, please. Okay, and this is the part from that paperwork that goes with the deed. This is the one of the 2 times it says fences. And this is the part where it says improvements equal fences. It says improvements shall mean and include but not be limited to buildings, parking areas, lodging areas, fences, walls, hedges. And the way that paperwork reads, it does indicate that those improvements are allowed, like what Mr. McConnell showed. A property in there wanted to get another fence for security, or their first fence for security. I saw the photograph of it during the Plan Commission, and I mentioned it's not what was demanded of me. This one in the property, in that business park that was used as an example by planning during the Plan Commission. It was not on the perimeter. It was in a different location, more towards the core, and it was not wrought iron. And I mean, they say chain link, it looked like wire. And I didn't think that it was aluminum. I went wood because the wood shields from that specific pollution that we have. And I think about that a lot. I'm wearing the headphones because in addition to the 2 years of severe burns, I then had some auditory and persistent auditory problems also. And after the Plan Commission hearing, I couldn't see very well for a couple days, and I still, every once in a while, it's kind of blurry. And like I said, I've sent out some emails or something with some cap locks, and I try to explain. I'm not trying to yell at anybody. I just, it's my vision's a little blurry. And so I have headphones on because I don't want the extra germs. So, just so you all know, that's the fact that the wood shields from the Rocky Flats pollution is very important to me. I don't want my lawn crew to be there on a windy day and get plutonium dust that could have been shielded with this basic improvement. And so next slide, please. And I think we're almost done. I showed up at the lot, I think to, you know, it was around the time I was checking on the signs or something, and there was a truck on my property, no big deal, working on those electric poles on the other side of the fence. If my fence was to be perimeter only, they wouldn't be able to just go and do their work. My fence leaves that all open so they can access the Comcast easement underneath that truck and those electric poles, and also the neighbors like to have their tree work done. They can't do it from the front of their homes without the largest tree truck possible. They can do it very easily from my side. I don't mind that. My fence allows them to do that whenever they want to, have their trees worked on. And then also leaves the large core of my property protected a lot more than it is. And so next slide, please. And this was just a part of the denial letter and then I have cropped and put in an excerpt from that approved paperwork that goes with the deed underneath. And I'm just pointing out the whole paragraph is worth reading, so please take just 15 seconds maybe to skim it if you feel like it. And Mr. McConnell's denial had said, it should be a perimeter fence to create a consistent urban design character. The approved paperwork that goes with the deed for the property specifically says residential character. And I believe they did that considering the materials, knowing that we have the Rocky Flats pollution, and not sitting there saying metal, because where it says fences in that approved paperwork, it doesn't say metal fences, it doesn't say perimeter only fences, it says fences. And so there is a contradiction there. This is a small business park that is specifically designed to have a residential character. And here is the denial saying, no, it's supposed to be perimeter only and metal because of urban character. The approved paperwork for this park says it's supposed to have a residential character. And so my fence does have that character specifically for here. It's based on the one across the street from where I live. That fence holds up really well. It looks really nice. I've seen the property before it had the fence and after it had the fence. People stand there sometimes and look over the fence. I've never seen anybody try to tamper with it or jump over it. And I was like, my neighbor's fence would be perfect on this property, is what I thought. And then I've been mentioning the plutonium pollution, the big digging projects. I saw a pattern of some symptoms, behavior, conditions that really strongly made me feel like some of that is derived from our unfortunate plutonium pollution that's a little extra than most places, that can cause some severe conditions. What I was going to say that I have not mentioned is that neighbors of mine and the other neighbors of mine recently were victims of a horrible rampage. Where this disgruntled person, who I have to wonder if he wasn't having some of that plutonium exposure, rammed his car or his SUV into two of my neighbors' garages and homes. And one of them was the one of my neighbors with this fence. Their home was rammed into, some terrible thing. This guy's having a major, severe problem that, like I said, I think there's more to it. And I was wondering what's happening. I thought maybe the home had had a collapse. And then I read a week or two later, nope, it was this guy running his car into these people's homes. And the point of me mentioning it is that neighbor with this fence, their home, bad shape, fence, perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. It occurred to me, and that's a good thing. They were safer under that very unusual situation with some mad guy running his car in people's homes. You know, the person was going for their garage, but anybody who wanted to flee to safety, their fence, perfectly fine, no tampering with it. Just, it's something that occurred to me that I'm going to throw out there because this is the hearing, because I feel like it's the same for my property. Hopefully nothing ever happens there. Something terrible did happen less than a mile away. That awful road rage situation where 5 people were shot in a very, very similar business park that's very, very small, less than a mile away. And that's my belief is, you know, anyone who happens to be working in my property has this extra protection in case there's one of those unfortunate things that it is possible that, unfortunately, Westminster may get a little extra of that stuff, though a lot of places get that awful stuff. But we may get a little extra because of our pollution, unfortunately. And that's a good reason to be very considerate of that with the planning, because the health is a very important part of planning. I have seen some more of this stuff that they're calling regulatory extortion, though, and less of the regard for health factors. And it is tough because that stuff's complicated. My family built a hospital. We built a medical research institute. The way I know it's good medical research is if I have to sit there and look everything up. That's how I know it's probably some pretty tough, good research. And it is tough for, like, most people aren't going to be sitting there reading medical research, you know, I do. And so that's why when I see an event, I look at the extra big picture to see, are there some environmental factors that are worsening that, basically. And so, next slide, please. And so this is my just draft. This is how I'm gearing the property up. Please note, I put the yellow line, that is the sewer. A bunch of trees over the sewer. When I Googled that, it specifically says you shouldn't be doing that. And so whether the trees were there or not, I'm still sensitive and allergic to that sort of thing. But with the trees there, I'm just very, very sensitive and allergic. I used to not be allergic to anything. And now, especially after that Pfizer COVID vaccine, I had that horrible vaccine side effect. And so I don't want some sort of infections that don't go away for a couple years. And so that's why I designed the fence to put the big buffer between the sewer with the trees on it and the core of the property, which I think could be a valuable business. And so, like just a note on the side, this is how I'm gearing the lot up, and the zoning says maximum flexibility. Y'all think about that for just a second. If you see something on a property you're looking at and it says maximum flexibility for design, I'm paraphrasing slightly, that indicates something. And then if on top of that you make your phone calls and speak to the county, I spoke to the county and speak to the planning office, and the planner, one of the planners, she's really amazing, you know, she pulled the property up. I explained I couldn't take 3 steps on the property. I mean, she said that, and I bought the property that day. It was not a guarantee of approval for the fence, but it did indicate a professional experience. And then what wound up happening was 8 3/4 months, my request was just dragged along, and I had tried to contact the council just to let you all know, because like I said, those health factors are super important. And I come from a place where, you know, if you recognize there's one of those health situations, you go on the side where it's the healthiest. And so moving along to, I think, maybe the last slide. Yes, this is the last slide. I just had an AI rendition. I like that. That's what I would go for. It's health-conscious design. It's smaller. It's a place where a valuable company could operate. Now, that is a rendition of what would be that smaller office. The bigger one would be multi-purpose and would have room for something like a medical tech company. And then also, you know, 2 spaces or something for, you know, some food. That would not only be for the company, but the surrounding area if anybody wanted to go there. That's what it's saying. I'm gearing the property up for that sort of thing. But I'm going through how much square footage would that be. I'm actually calling construction companies, trying to get estimates. You know, that bigger rectangle on the top of it, that's an office building, would be something like 2,000 square feet or so. And then the smaller one would be something like 1,600 square feet or something. But I would work on the larger one, by the way, first, which is not the rendition on the top. The rendition on top is what the smaller building would potentially look like. And so all four sides of the fence are in plain view of multiple neighbors. I'd like to just repeat that because that was an important point brought up by some of the plan commissioners. They were just going over, this project. It was Ms. Tracy Colling, who was saying the rear of the fence, and you mentioned there's some homeless and there's toilet paper and undergarments, and I tried to explain there that actually all three of those neighboring houses are looking at that side of the fence, and then those two office buildings are also. So what's the rear actually gets the most views from neighbors, and then every single side of the fence has multiple views. And so then also please note, lastly, I believe, that the shape of my property is an irregular polygon. My fence is also shaped as an irregular polygon. I Googled it to see what that shape is called. So this whole, they're saying perimeter only, perimeter only. It doesn't make sense to fence in the U.S. postal box, and it doesn't make sense for me to fence in the sewer easement. And really the lines of that fence are the same type of shape as the property. I think I could make it really nice, and then people would still be able to enjoy the dog walking, dog exercising, foot traffic, and I noticed in other designs in Westminster, they're very attentive to their common space areas. This is a property I bought. It has 4 easements on it and 1 easement on the other side of the fence that's accessed on my side. So this property is allowing for a lot of people to use the property. The owner should be allowed to use the property also. So please do consider approving it. This hearing cost me $2,000. I added that letter that went with Mr. McConnell's notification to the PDF file that I emailed so it's in the archive. Everybody has access to that PDF file, but I paid $1,300 to have that attached to Mr. McConnell's notification. And contrary to what Mr. McConnell said, anybody can look at that notification. It is very legible. It is. He said it wasn't. The map is very legible, and then also has all the links to go in case you want to see the bigger part of the map. But he said you can't even read it at all, or something like that. I'm paraphrasing. But in fact, I got my copy of it today, and it was sent out the day before the due date by the company that I used to print up and mail the bulk of them, and then I did send the 2 individual copies to the Westminster City offices, as Mr. McConnell noticed. But that was not to try to, diminish at all from the requirements, the required stuff right there, and then the letter that I added to the archive. So anybody who looks up this council meeting, who goes through all the stuff that was sent, has access to that letter that was attached in the notification that got mailed to something like 420 or 440 neighbors. And so thank you very much. They wouldn't let me bring my folding chair in, so I was sitting outside. And then, let me just say quickly, or as long as you want, I can answer any questions now, but I'm just going to go because I have to have a folding chair. I can't sit on these chairs. I had a 2-year-long vaccine side effect, and I'm trying to be as careful as possible of the germs and stuff. So if anybody has a question, please let's go through it now, and then I'm going to leave, and I'll just check out what's going on YouTube, the broadcast. Can anybody think of anything?
Does anybody have questions, Councilor Ireland?
What did you originally buy the property for? I mean, exactly, you bought it because it was a tax?
No, we didn't do the 1030. The 1031 would have been. We didn't do it.
But why did you buy the property? Did you want to make a garden on it? Was it for office building? What were you thinking?
Well, and that's the other thing. I'm glad you mentioned that. Thank you very much. the paperwork that goes with the property says it can be the office stuff, but there's also a few other uses.
What are they?
One was, and Mr. German knows this because he's the one who told me, but Mr. McCall hasn't gotten updated on that. There he is, right there. It can be used as a restaurant. It can be used as a pharmacy. It can be used. Those are the secondary, and then the primary is offices. And so, I thought a company could be built inside of that fence on this.
So what are you trying to use it as now? What are you trying to use it as?
Well, I'm trying to clean it up so it's not a health hazard and gear it up so that it could be used for business. That's what I'm using it for, because it was in such an awful condition. I mean, I couldn't take 3 steps onto the property, but like I said, I looked at it and I figured you clean it up, you put a fence on it, it's good as new. That's a nice sized property there.
So you think if you personally were going to develop it, or were you going to get a developer to develop it?
I will hold it, check to see the status of if I get a fence. If I get a fence, I would move forward with the other, improvements, such as finding out what the cost of structure would be. Then the larger part on the right-hand side inside the fence, you see that's just outdoor work reception area. The rectangle on the far right lower corner, I originally was thinking maybe that would be a third structure, but now I'm thinking that would just be like a nice outdoor work area for something like one medical tech company or something like that. That's how I'm gearing it up, and I would keep on chipping away at that and try to see how far I could get, as far as if I get to the point where I could make the building happen, I would apply for the building. Right now I'm just at the point of get this property in a shape where it's no longer a health hazard and it could be used for business. And that's just how Eileen would be the medical tech, because I've been reading my family's medical research that we funded for ever since I lived and worked at my family's hospital, and I've seen the technology, the computer program stuff grow to be front and center in the medical research, and that is where the life-saving stuff is. My family's cancer charity recently gave a $10 million donation to a computer science department for deep learning to try to be used to improve medicine, hopefully prevent diseases, and that is exciting to me because teams of humans can do an awesome job and take care of a lot of people, but the tech stuff, as I know that both of you are involved in that, it is so much more powerful. And so if you put the two together, I'm hoping for a future where we can really dramatically improve the state of public health and with precision prevent what would have led to incurable diseases. And that type of design for something like a company, working on that could make that happen. And then it would get, blended in with the whole huge world of computer science and see if some of that data does prove to be very useful. So this would be the type of thing where a medical tech company would be in the center of that larger maroon rectangle on the top, and there would be space for all the tech stuff, servers, a supercomputer, or cloud access, or that sort of thing. So I'm really trying to gear it up towards that, because that seems to be a good thing to throw your energy into, because that's what my grandfather was hoping to see. That's what I'm hoping to see in the future, is a day where we can very dramatically reverse the current level and previous levels of healthcare, where some things are just, I told my grandfather, my dad's sister, this is my mom's father, my dad's sister just called, says she has lung cancer, and this was many years ago, and he said, what type is it? And I told him which type it was. He said, there's nothing. And this was on top of our hospital. He had built his cancer charity. My aunt was so amazing. And not even some people who built a hospital and a cancer charity can do anything about some of those diseases. But there are some devices in the future, not only hardware, but software and tech, that can do things like in the future prevent the exact moment that, like, my aunt got what led to her non-small cell lung cancer. And I would be interested in, just gearing this property up for that sort of thing. And then I would keep on working on it to try to, realize it. But for now, what's important is getting it so that I could work in there, the lawn crew could work in there, maybe a construction team could work in there, obviously after approval, and not be exposed to pathogens that can destroy brain, heart, and lung tissue, as all that excrement. That's what was going on there. The pathogens on that lot were a health hazard that could cause lethal infections. Unfortunately, just the way it is, I cleaned it up, but still I'm getting the piles of dog excrement, and the fence would fix that. Thank you so much. Can you think of it?
Counselor Carmelia, you have a question?
I have several, so we're going to try to keep it real short and sweet to get through it, okay?
Sure.
And I just want to say thank you. You're clearly very invested in this community, and I appreciate that. You're also very clearly detail-oriented and thorough, and so thank you for your patience and all the work you've put into this. And thank you as well for your family service and all the bricks that you sent our way. That's no small thing. It seems that you're very clearly invested in this piece of property, and so I had the same question as Councilor Ireland that I did not hear a clear answer to, but it does sound like we want to go to the medical tech route, and so that would be down the line. Regardless, in the meantime, it sounds like you'd like to use the space for gardening in general. Is that right?
No, okay. This is like the first. I did several different designs.
Okay.
For weeks.
That's okay.
Then I got this one, I liked it, and I put walk-through garden, but it's just meant to be a nicer lawn covering. It's not meant to be for growing like vegetables or anything like that. It's just, it would be like nicer ground covering stuff on that perimeter inside the fence. So it would feel like, a nicer walk-through. You could get some exercise, and it's just pleasant.
So,
yes.
I'm sorry, quick question.
Yeah.
If we end up not being able to make this fence a reality, what then will you do with the property? Will you be able to use it?
That my belief is that, like I said, $4,000 for the 2 hearings. If I don't get the fence, that's what I said. I would just hold it as an investment property, keep it secure and cleaned up, and not most likely move forward on the stuff. I will say that the $4,000 is not a problem for me, but if I'm going to be spending money for more hearings, it's going to be for the stuff that I want. It's not like, this could wind up being 10 hearings. I know you've had stuff in the past where you voted 78 times, but that wasn't a situation where you were paying for each of those votes. I'm paying for this stuff. And so you all know that, but I noticed that when I was reviewing everything. I'm like, this is the city council. They do a lot of voting. They're up late and sometimes have to vote on the thing many, 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 many times. But with this one, like I said, it is in my belief. I'll hold it as an investment property. I have the security signed up for 5 years, but I don't believe I'm going to be submitting more applications. That's my opinion right now. However, if it is approved, then I would. The next couple things I would be checking on would be a gazebo for some shade, because I'm very sensitive to the sun myself, and that would be the sort of thing where that would be in that lower right-hand side rectangle that I said would maybe be a nice outdoor hacker space or workspace with a gazebo type of thing. And then other than that, I do have plans for walkway. It would be something like flagstone for some portion of that. But no, there's been the repeating of I want warehousing or agriculture. I don't want warehousing. One of the structures I looked at had a warehouse type look, and I mentioned that, and Mr. German, I know he's very busy, but he kept on saying, you want warehousing, you want warehousing. And I was like, one building I looked at had a warehouse look. I thought it would maybe make a nice office space. I don't want warehousing. The garden is ground covering, so.
Perfect. That is really helpful. Thank you
You're
so
welcome.
much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you. I appreciate all your words.
Is this when I can ask Mr. McConnell some questions as well? Okay. So thank you so much. Do we see, we heard many different possible uses. Do we see any issues down the line with any of those future uses that were mentioned? The gazebo, medical tech, possible marijuana shop, any of those items?
Yes. The Sheridan Park filing number 6A subdivision ODP allows offices, including general and professional offices, research and development offices, medical and dental clinics and laboratories, banks, savings and loans institutions, and then a series of public-type facilities. And as the council knows, any ODP has to comply with our current comprehensive plan. So those uses in the neighborhood office category are really limited to those first few things that I listed on, or that I called out on this list. Keep in mind, this ODP was approved in 1992. We were under a different comp plan, and our comp plan obviously supersedes old entitlements that did not get developed. So to answer your question, I think a lot of what he's talking about probably we would not be able to advance. He would have to build an office building similar to what's in the surrounding two lots that are in the same ODP. Those include parking lots, drainage, stormwater infrastructure. It's a real commercial development.
Okay, and then the mailbox that's there, I realize that that's federal property. What is it there for? I mean, is it within the scope of realm of possibility that we can move it, or is that a no?
Likely, and I haven't seen an actual survey of the property. What the illustrations that the applicant's shown and the things that we have access to are our subdivision plats and our official development plans. And those have dimension drawings, but we would need to see a survey to see exactly where those mailboxes are. Based on my experience and knowledge base, those mailboxes are likely in the right-of-way. If they were not in the right-of-way and they were on the applicant's property, they would have to have an easement for that, or then they wouldn't be legal.
So most likely no. Well,
my assumption without seeing a survey is those mailboxes are likely on the right-of-way.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I'm understanding Mr. Margolis's viewpoint when he says it doesn't make sense to put a fence on the outside of the mailbox, because then how would people access it?
Yes, we agree.
Okay, and so he's suggesting to put the fence inside the mailbox, I thought, to eliminate that issue, but we don't agree with that. Is that right?
No, that's not correct.
Okay.
So what we asked Mr. Margolis to consider, and staff offered an opportunity to grant an administrative approval on, is a commercial grade fence. In particular, a metal picket fence similar to the illustrations and the pictures that I showed you. That fence, not being in conjunction with any type of development, is very uncommon. As I said earlier, fences are uncommon in commercial developments, but they're very uncommon when there's no development assigned to, or there's no development approved in conjunction with the fence, or vice versa. That fence would have to be 100% on their property. It could not be on the right-of-way. If those mailboxes were on the right-of-way, that fence could not be on there. We didn't get that far in the discussion of the ODP approval. As the applicant's noted, he has a strong desire to have a wooden residential type fence here. So we did not get as far as looking at surveys or any other elements of the true official development plan.
Mm-hmm. I want to do what's right by the city, but I guess my thoughts are right now is it seems that the property is his for the foreseeable future, and so if we don't approve this fence, it thereby goes to stand that Mr. Margolis, and he can speak to this in a moment, won't then clean up the property that he's been working to do. And that then is not an investment really in our city either. And so just putting that out there, unless anyone here sees any contradiction to that, sounds like we'll have an empty lot that won't be cleaned. And so I'm not sure how that benefits us.
Actually, the lot, he's just like every other property, they're required to maintain their lot. They cannot allow their lot to become full of trash or a blight. So the lot will be cleaned. Again, the city's expectations per our comprehensive plan, per our regulations, is an office development, a full office development on the site. We would very much appreciate if you did want to advance a development that can be approvable, or if he's not prepared to do that right now or in the future, maybe there's another developer who could assist him in that.
Okay, and then I'll look forward to hearing everyone else's comments, but I guess just overall high level, what does it hurt?
Well, and I can speak for the planning division and what we do for the city. We never ask the question, what does it hurt? We have to review these requests against city code, regulation, design standards, the comprehensive plan, all the things you're familiar with. It's does it comply with code and regulation? Is it a benefit to not only the property but the surrounding development? Zoning, land use regulation is in a big way an insurance policy for all those who have developed around that. So development on one property, whether positive or negative, could affect the property values of an adjacent property owner.
That's fair. And then that led me to a couple more follow-ups. It was noted, Mr. Margolis noted that the language did not specify initially what type of fence had to be used. Is that true?
No, I assume the language he's speaking to, he said with the deed, I assume that might be some sort of private covenants. That's not something the city is a party to or regulates. So we have to apply our design standards and other regulations.
Okay.
And I would like to comment on Mr. Margolis said many times, one of our planners said they don't see a problem with the fence. We 100% agree with that. As noted earlier, the staff was prepared to approve an appropriate fence. The only thing that staff disagrees with is the type of fence, the material, and the location of it.
Okay, and is there anywhere where the fence type is explicit before he purchased the property?
Not that I'm aware of, at least on this property, with the city's records, we manage PDPs, preliminary development plans, official development plans. This has an official development plan, including this lot and the two adjacent lots. This lot, unlike the other two lots, does not have a site-specific approved official development plan. And what that means in our system is he's not entitled to use the property or improve the property unless the use and improvement are approved on that official development plan.
Okay, and then in a similar vein, Mr. Margolis emphasized fluid use. I think that's the term he used in the presentation, and so I would like to ask your interpretation of that. Is that true that language was in there, and what does that mean?
I don't recall hearing fluid use.
I think flexible use. He said something about there's a real fluid.
I think I know what you're talking about. His reference was to the city's zoning code, which described what plan unit zoning, district zoning is, and it's designed to provide maximum flexibility.
Right,
that's a
maximum,
broad term.
I'm sorry, that's what it was.
That's a broad term to describe what planned unit development negotiated zoning does. Unlike traditional Euclidean zoning, where there are specific rules, specific limitations, and no flexibility, most of our city is planned unit development. And so we can work with property owners, and we have for decades, to ensure that the development is allowed to materialize and embrace the unique factors of each lot, from size, configuration, and utilities, and all other aspects that make a single lot unique from other lots.
Okay, thank you. That was the term, maximum flexibility. That's all my questions for you. Thank you so much. I just want to say to you, Mr. Margolis, that's it for questions, and I'll listen to fellow counselors, but overall, I feel pretty empathetic to your case, especially around health concerns. And I am not a scientist or a doctor, but I did some brief, fact checking, and it seems somewhat relevant to your case, the different items that you mentioned. However, it's difficult. It makes it difficult for us, or for me, to emphasize with your case when there's such a blatant disregard for the rules, or for the process, when such as the notice that was put out, or the manner of some of the meetings. And so anyway, it's a accumulation of the whole story that tells, okay, what will the future property be used for? Will there be follow through? How will that be handled? If we cannot then approve what that future use is, what will happen then? And so anyway, this case sets an example for what will go forward. And so I don't have my mind made up, but I'm really trying to do the best I can.
Okay, before I go, does anybody else have a quick question? Okay, and just the one thing, if I could just rebut for 1 second, because there was one thing that he said, but let me just think about it. Maximum flexibility, maximum amount of flexibility, ... for design. That's what I base my design on. I hope you will consider that in your decisions. Because when I looked at that, I didn't just go with that. I went with the numerous other approved resources, and then also the fact that planner said that she did not see a problem with fence there.
My question is for staff, but you may want to weigh in.
The thing is, since I can't sit down here, and since I think you all have got it, just let you all have some peace and some time to think, okay? Thank you so much. And by the way, you all did an amazing, amazing job at that Armed Forces Tribute Day. Thank you. Bye.
Councilor Azadi was ahead of you.
That's fine. I just was trying to stop him from leaving because he may have wanted to.
Councilor Azadi.
Thank you, Mayor. I had a quick question. I tend to read the minutes on the Planning Commission meetings for these, and it says that it was approved 4-3. And I'm curious what the 3 dissent commissioners, can you sum up what their viewpoint was?
I can try. There was, and I'll give you my perspective as I witnessed the hearing. There was a bit of confusion, and the planning commissioners, there was some uncomfortableness, and I think a few of them were looking to staff to come up with some middle ground that obviously we couldn't find in the administrative review. One commissioner stated that he was familiar with the office park. He seemed to indicate that it had seen its better days, it was in decline, and that this probably wouldn't hurt it. And so again, as stated earlier, the staff on behalf of the city never looks at a business park or anywhere in the city as it's okay to let it decline. So I hope that helps answer the question. As usual, not all planning commissioners really state their reasons why they vote, but I can say there was some general confusion and a little bit of uncomfortableness in the hearing.
Okay, thanks.
Councilor DeMott.
Excuse me. I'm curious, as you went through this with him, so I understand that it needs to be commercial grade, and you cited metal, but I mean other commercial developments do have different kinds of fencing. So like what, maybe you can't rattle them off now, but I'm just curious, if the applicant's issue is specifically with metal, which is what he stated. So I just am curious if you went through any other kind of materials that might have been allowed.
We really couldn't find any commercial application with a wooden fence. As the applicant noted and the staff noted in its staff report, there are fence-like structures in the older parts of our city and in the older parts of this particular preliminary development plan, or PUD. Those elements are used to screen air conditioning units. There are a couple of old trash enclosures that are built with those materials. The official development plan of the 3 lots that this property is located within, it's a newer development. It complies with our masonry standards. Its trash enclosures are masonry like the buildings.
That's what I'm kind of curious. Was it proposed, or would it have been allowed, vinyl fencing or masonry or concrete or something else that maybe the applicant didn't realize was an option for him, or were there not other options besides more the metal commercial grade fencing?
Staff only recommended a metal commercial grade because that's what we see as common where fences are allowed. We were not aware of any application for vinyl fencing outside of residential areas.
But I'm not sure. I'm just asking, throwing out ideas as far as and I hear you say common, which makes sense to me, but was there application that the code was allowed that was outside of what you were proposing versus what he was proposing that maybe had been an option he didn't know about? And if not, that's fine. I'm just trying to understand, what avenues maybe he has if this isn't a fit, and what you're recommending is a fit to him.
We didn't see a residential type fence being an appropriate type of fence here. That's the great thing about our code. It does allow this appeal process. I know it can be costly if a property owner decides to do that, but there is that option, of course, for the city council to approve something different. Staff wouldn't recommend anything.
Yeah, and I wouldn't either. And I heard you say residential. I just mean, and I truly don't know, like you showed pictures of commercial grade, and they were metal material. Applicant spoke specifically about having his reservations with metal.
Yes.
So I just didn't know if there were other commercial grade fencing, such as masonry or something that could have been proposed to the applicant that wasn't or was, or if that's just not even an option, which either it's fine. I'm just trying to understand what's allowed in the commercial grade fencing.
Yes, I appreciate the extra explanation there. The city has seen masonry walls, obviously not metal, not wood. Maybe containing some of the same properties that the applicant's concerned about. Masonry walls are usually incorporated into some system of buffering and landscaping between incompatible uses. So a masonry wall may be appropriate between the office use and the residential use. There is an existing residential wooden fence there. I'm not sure it would be desirable to wall off the property, though. So there could have been other solutions involving maybe masonry or a combination of that. As stated earlier, we didn't get far in that conversation with this applicant. They really wanted to see that wood.
And that makes sense. I mean, in my mind, the one that came up was there was the commercial one that we went through a process, I think off of Wadsworth Boulevard in Old Wadsworth, that had some sort of, I think it was masonry walling that they had brought up as part of walling it off from the residential. So just curious about what potential options are. I mean, I understand staff's position and it makes sense to me, but I'm just trying to also make sure that, what process we went through in order to come to that conclusion and what may or may not have been recommended to the applicant. So I appreciate you answering my questions.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything?
No, not at this point.
Councilor Ireland?
One more thing from your question for you. Is any of the neighbors or a neighboring business opposed to this wood fence?
I asked Ms. Fitch this morning. I do think there were some public comments, but she received those and she can speak to those.
Yes, and they have been attached to the packet. There were a couple comments that came in that opposed the fence.
from the adjacent neighbors?
One of them was from a business that was, they said that they were located near, and then one of them was from a residential neighbor.
Okay. There's another thing. I've had a similar situation in our HOA to this, because we have fencing that is approved and fencing that is not approved. So I really would like to ask the attorney in executive session about it, because it could be a problem for us anyway. If anyone agrees to that with me.
An executive session to discuss fence types?
Well, fencing that is to code, but someone does something else.
But if it's in another, we're dealing with a specific ODP.
Yeah, but this is similar situation. And I don't want to bring up exactly what it is, but it's a similar deal.
Well, if council would like to convene an executive session for legal advice concerning choices available to a landowner with regard to fence types under the municipal code, I believe we could convene an executive session on that subject, and we could convene it pursuant to Westminster Municipal Code 246402-4B. CRS 246402-4B and 1113C3 of the Westminster Municipal Code, which are the citations for legal advice, if council is interested.
Let me just go down the line and ask if you're interested in going into executive session.
Yes.
Yes.
No.
May I say why I'm choosing to vote the way I'm choosing to vote on this? This is a public hearing. This is quasi-judicial, and we are not allowed to take information that was not given to us in the packet or in this presentation. And because it's quasi-judicial, I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about HOA fences, because legally, we're not supposed to do that. So I believe that by doing this, we would be breaking the law, and I'm not comfortable doing that.
Councilor Ireland?
I would like to go to executive sessions because of the legal ramifications of this. This happened already. I know examples, so.
Mayor Pro Tem?
No.
I'll have to change my vote to no as well.
And I'm a no, so let's proceed.
Mayor, could we take a brief recess?
Sure.
Thank you.
We will take a 5-minute recess.
Exact replacement. So some of the homes have regular fences which are really expensive, 3 feet wide, or wooden ones, which is mine. They were all built in '96, so the wooden ones are almost all shot. But the cost to replace the wooden ones with the siding is the same as the house on both sides. It's so expensive. Some of the elderly folks on single fixed incomes plead to the HOA to allow PVC.
Well, PVC is a lot easier to take care of, that's for sure.
Well, it's cheaper too.
And it's easier to take care of, like it lasts longer.
They don't have to paint it. It's colors.
It looks better for longer.
Yeah.
We haven't had to replace ours. You pay the $500.
All right. Councilor Ireland, did you have anything else?
No, I'm done.
Does anybody else have any comments, thoughts?
Who is it? Sorry.
Mayor, if I could just ask if staff have any evidence or response to clarify for the benefit of City Council any kinds of statements that may have been entered into the record. I would just ask if staff have an opportunity to respond to those before you open this up for the public testimony portion of our hearing.
Welcome.
Evening, Council, Mayor Pro Tem. Mr. Margolis made a comment that he believed that Greg Graham, Deputy City Attorney, I advised the Planning Commission. I was at the Planning Commission when this matter was appealed to the Planning Commission. I believe Mr. Margolis corrected what he thought he heard or what he thought he saw. But for the council, I definitely did not say that I disagreed with staff. I never do that at a public hearing. My job is to advise the Planning Commission as to the legality and process And I never disagree or weigh in on the merits of any application in any way whatsoever. So I just wanted to clarify that. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll sit back down.
Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, Councilor Camille?
I'm not sure if it's for you or just, no, it's not for you. No,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Camille?
I guess I just want to follow up on all my thought processes from earlier, which was trying to catch every single avenue of.
We haven't had public testimony yet.
Okay, got it.
Do you want to hold your conclusion?
Okay, I feel like I still have questions, but we're going to let it go.
Well, if you have questions, ask them, but not conclusions. Anything else from staff? No? You good? Okay, then do we have anybody signed up for public testimony?
We don't have anyone signed up for public testimony.
And we did receive 5 emails and 2 voicemails were received. I will then close the public testimony, and it is 9:53. And do we have a motion? Or do you want conversation first? Councilor DeMott?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to deny the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of an application for the official development plan amendment for Sheridan Park filing number 6A, Block 3, Lot 3. This recommendation is based on the finding that the proposed official development plan amendment does not comply with the criteria set forth in Section 11-5-15 of the Westminster Municipal Code.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilor Camellia?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve or deny motion, to deny the appeal of the Planning Commission on motion 2. Discussion. Councilor Hott?
Yes, I can empathize with the applicant, but it doesn't change the legality of our code. And so I will have to deny it because it does not fit in with our code, and so it is not legal.
Councilor DeMott?
I will be supporting the denial. And one of the big things for me is Mr. McConnell had mentioned it in terms of being equitable is what I took from some of his comments as far as what we allow other applicants to do and why that's so important for us to adhere to our code and our zoning standards or planning standards. So I'm not comfortable granting the appeal.
Councilor Ireland?
I feel for Charles, but the fact that some of the neighbors oppose this makes me think that it's probably not a good idea to go ahead with it, so I support the denial.
Councilor Camellia?
I expressed the questions in the format that I did because I've had concern with, well, what happens to the property if we deny the appeal? And that's what's been weighing on my mind. That was answered by staff when we said that we have to keep the property up to, decent standards. The property will have to be taken care of regardless of whether or not we approve the fence. And what spoke to me as well is the, underlying insurance policy, essentially, that was mentioned of having this code to begin with, which protects the neighbors and, of course, protects our city. And so that's really what's governing ultimately my decision, which will be to agree with staff to deny the fence. But I just want to say that I empathized with his passion and investment, and that's what ultimately leads me to say, okay, are we protecting the city and the neighbors and the ultimate use for the land, and are we doing the best we can for that plot of land? So,
Mayor Pro Tem, I can't see a hand or not, so do you have anything to add?
Yeah, I too, like Councilor Carmelia, I do appreciate that Mr. Margolis has some good ideas for the property and would like to be able to use it. And I do respect his concern to try and clean up the property or be able to protect it so that he can keep it cleaner. I do agree with staff, though, that the proposed approach is not consistent with our standards, and I would love to see another try with Mr. Margolis to try and abide by the standards for the fencing and the location of the fence. I do respect his desire to keep debris off of his property, but I think another go needs to be had before it's something that we can approve.
Councilor Azadi?
Thank you, Mayor. And I want to add that, Charles, if you're listening, Mr. Margolis, I really do appreciate that you used all of your rights as a citizen, right? We have this appeals process, and this was denied via a couple of different layers. And if anyone else is watching and you're looking to trust government again, and you're looking to see if we really do listen, if we really do care, we built this into our city code that there's this appeals process, this due process, and he used it to the fullest extent. And I think this is a great example of, it's not a black and white case, right? It's very gray. The Planning Commission approved this 4-3, so they were split. It's not a foregone conclusion. We actually are listening, and we've just debated this for 2 hours, and looked at the facts and looked at the code, and I also am supportive of the denial, but I do hope, Mr. Margolis, that you do work with staff and come back with a different proposal that is more consistent with our code. But I'm in awe, and I super respect you for doing this, and I hope that you see that we have listened to you today.
Councilor Carmelia?
I have one final question while we're in comment phase, which is that, seeing as the property is his, if he does go ahead and construct a metal fence that is in compliance with our code, is there anything stopping him from creating a second layer, like a wood fence, to relieve any of his concerns that he had?
No, it would not be possible. He's only allowed and entitled to construct what's approved on his ODP. So if a wooden fence is not approved on his ODP, he could not construct that.
Okay, thank you.
Each of you said something that I would have said, so I don't want to repeat, and it's what I can't get out of my mind. If you're going to be building, why would you put up a fence that has to come down anyway? That's sort of backwards to me. But I just believe that, why do we go through all of the process of a comprehensive land use plan, PDPs, ODPs, if we're not going to live by them? So if there's a way to work with people, I'm for that, but I am not for, I hear the empathy everyone has, but it's just like dealing with your kids. Sometimes there are just rules and it doesn't work. And in this case, to me, it doesn't comply with the criteria set forth in 11-5-15 of our municipal code. And to be fair to our other people, in all of our municipal PDPs and ODPs and everything else that we have, where we have pieces that are written of how they're to be, I just think it's fair to uphold this. So roll call, please.
Councilor Ireland.
So I say yes to deny it?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Carmelia.
Yes.
Councilor DeMott.
Yes.
Councilor Azadi.
Yes.
Councilor Hott.
Yes.
Mayor McNally.
Yes.
And Mayor Pro Tem Nermella.
Yes.
The motion passes on a 7-0 vote.
That brings us to Councilor's Bill number 35. Councilor Dumont.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to pass Council Bill number 35 on second reading to add subsection 1-12-2P to Westminster Municipal Code, clarifying and restating the city manager's authority to promulgate regulations on the use of access to city-owned and/or operated property and city facilities, and amending section 3-3-5 of Westminster Municipal Code, providing enforcement of such regulations by Westminster Park Rangers.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to pass Councilor's Bill number 35. Is there any discussion? Councilor Carmelia?
Yes, I contacted our city attorney well before this just to help provide a little bit more clarity on this topic for us. And so I'm just going to ask that we review some of what we had talked about, which is I'll start with the first question I had, which is, have we criminalized homelessness if we have this pass?
Thank you, Councilor, for the question and the opportunity to provide information on this and maybe some clarity. No, this proposed ordinance does not criminalize homelessness. I think the City Attorney's Office would not recommend an attempt to do that. Criminalizing homelessness as a status is likely unconstitutional. The ordinance that's before you is not a camping ban either. The ordinance that's before you is intended to facilitate a consistent application of the continuum of care. So the current code allows for the Parks Director to have navigators and park rangers engage with residents and offer services where they are needed. This edit to the municipal code would do the same for the city manager. And the reason staff is bringing this forward is that we had a study session at which time I think staff proposed a few different options for council's consideration. And the staff's intent was to bring back an option that was acceptable or would potentially be acceptable to city council. And that's the ordinance that's before you. And it would make the city's approach using navigators and park rangers consistent, whether or not it's on parks property. So it would be on any city-owned property.
Thank you so much. And I had several other questions, but you answered just about all of them right there, so thank you. Then I'll jump to my last one, which is, do we know how this ordinance compares to our neighborhood cities or our neighbors?
So, yes. And so you had asked how other jurisdictions handle this issue. And first, I'll start with the Westminster Charter. And the city manager, pursuant to Charter Section 4.8, is the chief administrative officer of the city. And there are several duties that flow from that. But staff was hoping to provide some clarity with regard to these rulemaking activities. That's why the ordinance is before us. So I reached out to other jurisdictions and learned that other jurisdictions' charters also provide their city managers with similar designations as the chief administrative officer. And specifically in Thornton, their charter authorizes their manager to promulgate rules, and their word, not mine, promulgate rules as the chief administrative officer related to city facilities. So I don't think this is that unusual. We also have the section from Golden's municipal code, which specifically provides that in Golden, they provide authority to their city manager to issue rules concerning the use of city buildings and property. And it's at Golden Municipal Code 208110. So I wanted to have that context if it was at all helpful to City Council. I also reached out to Broomfield and learned that in Broomfield, the Chief Administrative Officer or their designee, per the Broomfield Municipal Code, well, City and County Code, I suppose, has similar authority with regard to maintaining order in public buildings and the authority to potentially trespass, I believe, people from municipal or county facilities. So I think that, and Broomfield's approach would be that the authority of the Chief Administrative Officer would support a trespass charge if it ever came to that. And sort of that's where the continuum of compassion goes to, where navigators who approach and offer services, if the services are refused, I think the navigator and the parks, the park rangers can provide a trespass. If the trespass is ignored, then it becomes a law enforcement matter. So to the extent that, current practice in Westminster, if the right-of-way, for example, is being occupied. It's right now, if it's not a parks issue, it's a law enforcement matter. This code update would actually make it a consistently navigator-focused matter where services would be offered to an individual in the right-of-way as a way to provide the services and hopefully effectuate a positive resolution. So to the extent that that's helpful, I did look into that as well. And I don't, claim to be the only person behind this effort. And I believe that the police chief is available if you have questions. I believe Mr. Otzelberger is available if you have questions. Mr. Munch is here. He participated in drafting what is intended to be an ordinance that would allow for the manager to have authority in the same way that the parks director has on parks. So that's what's before council tonight.
Thank you. That was extremely helpful, so thank you. And it helped make sure that I understand properly what it is that we're doing. I do want to ask Mr. Munch, if you're willing. I know that you had initially been the one to push for this effort. And so if you could help just describe what I believe you did in our first study session around this, why you saw this as an oversight that needed to be amended in our code.
Yes, ma'am. Matthew Munch, Assistant City Attorney, just in case anybody's can't read the name tag from where they are. I had been having this in my mind for some time for reasons that really had nothing to do with this nationwide crisis of housing. It's really just a matter of the city owns a lot of property that is just not parks and yet is still accessible or still needs to be, there need to be rules governing how it's used. You may notice that and I apologize, this is redundant to what you've heard before, but that's what I've been asked to do. There's a whole section in our code which details here are the things that you may not do in parks and territory. It's codified, and therefore it would have to go to the city council for an ordinance change for any of those to be modified. Additionally to that, the Director of Parks and Recreation is authorized to promulgate other rules on their own. There is no similar codification of specific rules for non-parks property that is still owned and operated by the city. And one of the reasons is that would be fairly impractical to do, because while the parks by definition are, all those properties are going to be parks and are going to have relatively similar uses, relatively similar needs that aren't likely to change over time, the way that a plot of grass outside of the water treatment plant might have to be regulated versus, I know for a while the city ended up owning a bank building. That bank building would not be a park. You would need different regulations for those different buildings, and the nature of those buildings and the uses of those buildings might change over time, and it wouldn't be practical to come to City Council for an ordinance change every time something like that was needed. As we mentioned, the City of Golden, I know, has used this all the time for that very reason, really I don't recall in my time at Golden it ever really coming up to use this as a tool the way it seems to be primarily discussed. It's really just a matter of how do you manage city facilities that don't fall under the ambit of some other department, Parks and Recreation, or it is Public Works territory, but it's on the outside. It is things that slip through the cracks, things that may not have a specific other designation. The city manager can take account of all of those little things and promulgate rules that are appropriate for that. I would point out that the city manager's authority, of course, for this rulemaking can always be overridden by an act of this city council. This city council can override that. Any ordinance that the city council passes will override any policy decision making by the director of Parks and Recreation or the city manager. But as I've said, I think that I would have recommended this ordinance as a useful thing to do, even if we lived in a utopia where we weren't experiencing this current crisis. Just as a matter of logistically managing the properties and facilities owned by the city, I think it's a useful tool so that things don't just slip through the crack and no one knows who can make regulations for those facilities. I believe that's what I said before.
Yes, I think you did so in a little more detail this time, and that's really helpful for what we need, so thank you.
I'll try to be briefer next time.
No, not at all. This was good.
Councillor Hutt?
Yes. Before I was on City Council, I was a legislative aide in the Senate. And one of the very first things I learned is that there might be a bill that the intention is good. It's a good idea. It would be helpful. But what you have to look out for is unintended consequences. So sometimes I would see legislators vote against something that they believed in because it needed to be changed because of the unintended consequences, that the way it was written, those unintended consequences would be harmful to certain populations of people. So while we are not blatantly criminalizing homelessness, because this is not a bill saying we criminalize homelessness, the unintended consequence of this is criminalizing homelessness. And I want to be really clear. This bill number 35, this says use and access to city-owned and or operated property and city facilities, which means this does not just cover city facilities. This covers all of our city-owned property. And it sounds very nice. Consistent application of our continuum of care sounds really nice. But at an ADCOG dinner in Brighton several months ago, we had a presentation by Almost Home. And we were told that whatever the homeless numbers are that we receive, it's closer to 5 times that. So that means that we have probably at least 500 to 600 people, maybe even more. The last count was a little over 100 if I remember correctly. So we are the 8th largest city in the state. We do not have the resources for that many people, and when we are making it consistent with Parks and Rec, we are absolutely criminalizing homelessness. So no, it doesn't say in Councilor Bill 35, do we want to criminalize homelessness? But if you look at the unintended consequences, which is very important, I am not against protecting city property. I am not against protecting our facilities, but I am against doing it in a way that has unintended
unintended consequences that absolutely 100% criminalizes homelessness, and there's nothing that you can say that changes my mind about that, because we do not have the resources for that many unhoused people. If we had the resources for that many unhoused people, we wouldn't have unhoused people in Westminster. So do not tell me that this is not criminalizing homelessness, because that's exactly what the unintended consequences of this bill does.
Anyone else? Roll call, please.
Oh, I have.
Oh, sorry, Mayor Pro Tem.
First, thank you, Mr. Frankel, for answering more of my questions before this second hearing. So Councilor Carmelia also asked a few, so I'll just maybe focus in on trying to understand right now when we have I guess, let me frame my question. It's getting late because I'm 2 hours ahead of you all. With respect to how we might treat someone that there's a complaint about on a park versus a complaint about on a right-of-way, let's say on a landscaped area or median of a right-of-way. Can perhaps the police chief talk about how we might currently address a complaint about someone? Because I think this is one of the concerns that I'm hearing, is that there would be a difference between what we do now versus what this ordinance would allow us to do, and I'm trying to flesh that out.
Chief was in our board meeting room, so he's walking to the podium.
Oh, okay.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilors, Norm Hobart, Police Chief. Mayor Pro Tem, to see if I can answer your question. If we were to have an individual today that is in the median and violates the municipal code that was passed, that individual would be, depending on the situation, officers would use discretion, but there is a criminal law or criminal ordinance that prevents that individual, assuming that the meeting is narrow enough that that individual would no longer be allowed to be there. So that individual would be given the request to leave, and then ultimately, if the request was not adhered to, that individual may receive a summons to vacate the premises for being in the meeting in an inappropriate area. So that individual wouldn't necessarily be offered other avenues as it relates to the continuum of compassion. What this is, I'm not an attorney, but as I understand this, what this is going to allow us to do operationally is to make it a level playing field for all areas within the city as it relates to being able to offer the services, where right now some of those services on private property is a separate matter, and then you would have the city's public property where those services would be offered. And right now, there's the continuum is not always followed if it's not a PRNL piece of property. So like out here, if there was an encampment at City Hall, those services may be offered, but then there's no follow-up from there. So if there was if there were protesters out here and the city manager deemed that those protesters were protesting and that somehow violated, I guess the better example for me, sorry, I'm rambling here. The better example for me would be the water treatment facility. In the new water treatment facility, if there were protesters there doing a sit-in at the water treatment facility, we would have no means of being able to allow construction to continue of the new water treatment facility, because we would not have the legal authority to remove them, as City Manager Andrews would not have the legal authority to pass a promulgated rule to make that, for them not to be allowed to be there. So this would give us those options, and then also to be able to offer those services to those folks as well.
So if somebody's, you just opened up more questions for me.
Sorry.
So if, okay, yes, if somebody's on a median less than 4 feet wide, then yeah, it would be subject to the ordinance that we currently have. But, so you're saying today, if somebody was maybe sitting on the side of the road in a landscaped area, that we would approach a complaint, because I would imagine the only reason somebody would approach someone, that there would be some sort of complaint. I'm trying to understand, would we approach someone that's sitting in a median or sitting in City Hall, public parking lot today, and would the actions we take today be different than what we would take with this ordinance?
So generally speaking, if somebody calls the police department, generally speaking, the police department is the first to respond if we're the ones asked to. What this would do would create an opportunity for us to move to the navigators or to the rangers first to make those contacts, depending on the complaint that's received. Obviously, we would check the welfare of the individual to make sure that they are healthy, that they are well, as it relates to that. But the next step would be then to have a navigator or a ranger do more of those interacting with those folks as opposed to the police department.
So with the question regarding the increase in need for FTE or additional services from the city with respect to housing navigators or park rangers, when we talk about police not taking some of these calls and instead going to navigators, can you speak to that a little bit, or someone, if not you, then somebody?
Mayor Pro Tem, I'll turn it over to PR&L Director Eric Otzelberger. As it relates to the police department, though, there would obviously be more coordination with the navigators and PR&L rangers, which would obviously take up some more staff time, but not any significant additional time that would increase the need for FTEs with the police department specifically.
Thank you, Chief, Mayor Pro Tem, virtual, and councilors. So on the question of resources, I'll address both the navigator side of the house and the rangers. So as was stated this evening, we do have 8 rangers. It's important to keep in mind those rangers are responsible for everything of a civil nature on all PRL properties, protecting the drinking water quality for the Stanley Lake operating cities, and then running a regional park. So the dedicated team that is focused on efforts with the Continuum of Compassion is actually 3 FTE of those 8. I've met with the superintendent who oversees the rangers. We have some operational plans to try to maximize efficiencies should this ordinance pass. And we have 3 solid years of data. We would continue to track data and do our best to manage this within the resources we have. As City Council's aware, 2 additional navigators were added to the team to bring that total to 4, in addition to a supervisor position that does a lot of intergovernmental and nonprofit coordination and leads that team. As far as what is a sustainable caseload, and that's debatable, but the team has a big heart and will do their best with the resources they have. But as the chief talked about, right now the continuum and that resources first approach is really focused on PRL properties. So if this was to pass and that expansion of the continuum of compassion occurs, what would that mean to caseload? No. I mean, one could argue that we'd probably see an increase, but with doubling the staff this year, could we handle it? Maybe.
Councilor Zadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to start with, I looked up the study session. So the original packaging of this to us, I'm just going to read verbatim from staff slide. And the slide was about the continuum options, and they gave us 2 options. The second option is what was chosen, and it says, continue with navigation services, continue to act with discretion, and enact safe access for everyone municipal ordinances to prohibit sleeping on public sidewalks, streets, alleys, and unauthorized sheltering on public property, and unauthorized sheltering and overnight parking on all city property. There was a big uproar when we read this, and this was repackaged in a different way through the year. I'm just reminding everyone that was the original intent of this. And to the point about the capacity, 3 rangers, to your point, Director, and 4 navigators. By the way, max capacity for a navigator is 25 clients. 4 could do 100, theoretically. And there's fluctuations in actual filling of those vacancies, right? It's really hard to find a navigator. We don't have 4 right now, correct? We have 3. The 3rd one just came on. It was a long search. The 4th one would take a long search, and it's a hard job, and we know we have way more than 100 clients in the city. This expansion of the continuum of compassion would theoretically increase the workload for police. There is no way around it. There's not enough people. We don't have the workforce to accommodate this capacity increase. We don't have the infrastructure to accommodate, the resources to accommodate, the number of just adjacent staff to accommodate this. So as we have implemented things like a co-responder program, why is the co-responder program so effective? It's not just because they are specialized experts in mental health and they can deal with those calls that police should not be dealing with. It's also because it reduces the workload of our police department, so that they can focus on serious crimes like, murder, right? And burglary and car thefts and speeding. That's where we need our police focusing on, not looking for folks on the sidewalks sleeping. So I'm a no on this because I just believe that as a leader, I need to speak and act with moral clarity. But also, as a elected for the city, we're not protecting the city by putting this expansion of workload on our staff, and when we're not prepared to actually sustain it. Thank you.
Councilor Ireland?
So I thought I was for this, but then I'm hearing the peaceful protests on public property could be a problem. That is not okay. That's a constitutional right. So I hope that is not what we're intending to arrest people or peaceful protesting out here at City Hall or in front of the water treatment plant for that matter, as long as they're not in the gates of the water treatment plant. I hope that is not what we're suggesting.
Does anybody want to clarify?
Yeah, I would like that too.
Councilor Ireland, for clarification, I apologize if I misspoke. There are designated land bases as it relates to the water treatment facility. If the area is fenced where the construction is going on, there is a right for us to remove people that are within that premises. But if it's not within a fenced area and it is still an area that the city is needing to do construction on, that is, and they would be violating, even though they may be peaceful if it's a sit-in, that may be an opportunity where we would need some type of promulgated rule from the city manager if we needed to remove them so construction could continue. By no means am I advocating for anybody that is rightfully, peacefully protesting to be removed or arrested. Absolutely not.
Well, I think it's a slippery slope, it sounds like to me. So I think we could designate utilities that they're supposed to be off limits to anyone, but like we have to secure our utilities. So we cannot just let people run around on our utility sites. So I'm more about identifying those places than arresting people on sidewalks that are protesting.
Have no reason to be arresting people that are on sidewalks. And what this ordinance would do would give City Manager Andrews that opportunity to identify those parcels and enact those promulgated rules within that defined scope.
Councilor Dumont?
Thank you. I'm going to make some statements, and I'd like staff to correct me if I'm incorrect. The reality of this and the reality of the continuum of care is, from, quite frankly, increase in homelessness and problems and concerns and dangers for both the community and the homeless population. And that's the reality. I've been on council the whole time we've been talking about this, since COVID till now. So everybody here seems comfortable with our continuum of care. I know that this council has expanded on that. We've had a lot of discussion about that. We've increased dollars behind it, but everybody seems comfortable with that. The reality of the situation that I'm hearing from staff is we cannot apply that across the board. So we as a council seem to be comfortable saying that we want to have a process that says we're going to lead with resources, and then ultimately if people don't want to leave and they're not going to take resources, we've given the city the ability to then remove them. That is what we do today with the continuum of care. This just expands that to the rest of our property. And quite frankly, this is things that I have heard from the community that they want us to be able to do that. And I've heard about these pockets through the time that we've come to continue to grow that process to say, where are we not able to apply that? So I'm supportive of this because of that. I was supportive of the continuum of care. That doesn't mean that it doesn't, need tweaks and we haven't adjusted it along the way. But councils from the time that this conversation started wanted to lead with empathy, figure out what resources that we could provide, and ultimately there's folks that don't want those resources. We hear the same kind of problem with private property. I'll give you a real world example. The AutoNation lot that nobody knew who it belonged to, people were camping, they lit fires, they lit property on fire. That's a danger to both the campers as well as the people surrounding it, as well as their property. We have to have these kind of tools in place for our own property so that we're protecting public property terminology that people use. I trust, just like I trusted with the original continuum of care, that our people are going to do the right thing. Ultimately, if we start seeing abuse, that's what this council's here for. Then we hold the city manager accountable to make sure that that stops, and if he doesn't do that, we hold him to higher accountability. To me, this is just a expansion of that. If folks don't have a problem with the continuum of care as it sits, then I'm really not understanding why this is such a big discussion. This is just making sure that we can cover all our city properties that are sensitive areas that do need protection, and allowing our people to do that job in a way that allows us the very process that councils over the last, I would say, 3 councils have determined is the way we want to handle homelessness in the city of Westminster.
Councillor Hott?
Yes, so if I heard you right, when you were using the example of the water treatment plant, basically what you are saying is this gives you the legal authority to remove people.
It would give City Manager Andrews the opportunity, if that's what he believes is in the best interest of the city, to allow whatever other city business needs to occur. It would allow him to promulgate rules. Then from there, we would move forward with whatever City Manager Andrews thought best. If it's offering resources first, if it's moving into writing some civil citation as it relates to whatever is going to continue to operate city business.
Okay, if this is about our facilities, it doesn't need to cover the entire city. It doesn't need to cover our sidewalks. It doesn't need to cover a lot of areas that this covers. It can just cover our facilities if that's really what this is about. I am not comfortable, and it's not like we don't have resource fairs, and it's not like we cannot offer resources to people just because they're on city property. And we don't have, if we had unlimited resources, we would expand the continuum of compassion more. If we could hire, more people, we would do that. But we are under constraints of a budget. This gives the city manager, while I trust Manager Andrews, this will be in our code. Just like the last thing we dealt with. I have empathy, but the code is written, this is what it says. And this is gonna be in our code, and this is what it says. And so sure, we may be able to change that as city council, but not after things happen that we didn't want to happen. Like, bad things have to happen first before we're like, wait a second, maybe we should change some things. Also, I am not comfortable, no, this gives us the legal authority, or gives the city manager, whoever the city manager may be, the legal authority to remove people if that's what that city manager wants to do. So it doesn't mean that people can't be offered resources. And if this is about our facilities, then we can focus this on our facilities. And I agree with Councillor Ireland. This is a slippery slope. This is way too open-ended. This is the potential, again, unintended consequences. It doesn't mean it's a bad idea. It doesn't mean it's not needed. It means the way it is currently written, it provides for too many unintended consequences for our unhoused people, for people who may want to protest, for things that I may not have even thought of. I agree. It is a slippery slope, and I am not comfortable with it. And one of the unintended consequences is it means you can remove people, which includes unhoused people. So no, I'm not, it sounds nice, but we need to seriously look at the unintended consequences, and I'm not going to cover my eyes to the fact of how this is harmful to
to our unhoused community. So we can say, oh, it's great for our unhoused community, but it's not. If you really look at what this does, it is the opposite. And maybe instead of us debating whether it's harmful to unhoused people, we should ask unhoused people if it's harmful to them, because they have not been asked that at all. So if people feel comfortable because they've convinced themselves that unintended consequences aren't real, then fine. But I am not about to be delusional about the fact that there are some consequences that come with the way this is written that I am not comfortable with on many fronts.
Councillor DeMont.
I understand where Councillor Hott is coming from, but I will tell you the unintended consequences of doing nothing we've seen, and they've caused problems for us, and that is why we have this before us. You can say we're going to turn a blind eye to the fact that we're short on resources, or you can turn a blind eye to the fact that we don't have a way for us to even offer those resources, or ultimately enforcement, because there is the enforcement part of this, because the unhoused community, that's the whole reason we have the continuum of care, is because we're leading with resources, and ultimately some of the folks in that community do not want to leave. Therefore, we need a way to protect the public and the public good by having the authority to do so.
Mayor Pro Tem, anything else?
Yeah, I did have another question. So I think part of the concern I'm hearing is that we're a little worried about the guardrails for the city manager with respect to what this ordinance opens up in terms of opportunity to set rules. And so can someone speak to, just as currently, yes, we have the continuum of compassion, and we apply that process by council's wishes to the park properties. Theoretically, with this ordinance, it would be expanded to other areas, but it seems like there's some ability by the city manager to potentially bypass that or make up rules for specific properties, and we may appreciate that for a facility, but kind of how does that work with the whether it's a protest or getting someone off of the street that you need to do construction on, to what's that open area?
Mr. Frankel?
Yeah, if I could take the first stab at this, Mayor Pro Tem, this is Dave Frankel. The general grant of authority that this ordinance would provide the manager would be subject to specific legislation by City Council. So, for example, the City Council's municipal code addresses median safety. So the manager would not be able to do anything contrary to that legislation on median safety. To the extent that the City Council has approved the continuum, that's a policy of the city that the City Council has approved, and that policy would not be I'd say the manager would not be authorized to go in a manner contrary to that policy. So City Council sets the policies, City Council sets the code, and ultimately City Council employs the manager. So whoever's in the manager seat is reporting to City Council. So there is a structural oversight, I'd say, to the manager, whoever's in the seat, but also the code takes priority, and the policies that council approves also take priority over anything that the manager might individually choose to undertake.
Can I have you clarify something else? Because we've heard the First Amendment. I mean, just like us, I imagine the city manager also has to adhere to, if any rule he makes, has to adhere to the state and the U.S. Constitution, just so we're all clear.
Of course. Thank you, Counselor, because we're all subject to oaths of office where we commit to upholding the Constitution of the state, the federal Constitution, state law, and the charter of the city. So yes, any manager actions would need to be legal and not contrary to those authorities.
Councilor Zadi?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to pile on to Councilor Ireland's point that it is a slippery slope. Cities all over the state do unconstitutional things all the time. They all swear an oath as well. We trust Jody Andrews with all my heart and soul, right? But he may not be here forever. And I do not trust future city managers until I meet them and have the same level of trust that we've built with Jody. This is a very, very slippery slope and could go, and by the way, the continuum of compassion is not in city code, it's a policy, correct? It's a process, it's a policy process. We actually haven't encoded it yet. That's one of the things I've been thinking about in the back of my head the last 2 years. We should probably put that in the code. It is not in city code to follow continuum of compassion. It is simply a policy process, citywide, but it's not in there. I just wanted to mention that.
Councilor Dumont?
I would like to call the question.
Councilor Carmelia?
I had one last question, but what is our ability right now if someone is to enter the multi-million drinking water facility that I just approved the full design of? What ability, if any, does the city manager have to take action?
I think there's state laws against trespass, and we would evaluate whether someone was trespassing on public property, and we would see if there's a way to enforce the state law. We could argue that the manager is the chief administrative officer of the city. We would argue that the Public Works and Utilities director had some level of authority over that facility since it's a public works facility. I mean, I would do everything we could, but it would be better, I'd say, to have a clear code section in place. But even without the clear code section, I think we are not going to give up on public facilities if someone trespasses or tries to damage them. We would argue under state law that we have in place, rules that prohibit people from trespassing on these public properties.
So, and I hate to get even more gray here, but the last time we discussed this vote, I had asked, is this specific to public facilities? And the staff had answered yes. I don't know who that was, but we had said yes. And that it wasn't citywide because to what you had just said, we have other specific ordinances around our medians. And so we need a way to secure our facilities. And obviously we need a consistent manner in which to do so for our city manager. And this somewhat expands our ability to reach folks and provide the continuum of compassion, whereas right now we just have officers interacting with them. But I'm a little confused if we had originally set out to say that this was to secure our facilities, and if we believe we can do that, I want to see, how necessary is this?
I think staff recommends having a clear provision in the code. But what your hypothetical suggested to me was that in the absence of a clear provision in the code, what would we do if someone trespassed on a public facility? So I think we would argue that for authority to prosecute a trespass. But but ideally it's in the code. That's the intent, I think, here is to provide this clarity and this cleanup for the code in an area that, as Mr. Munch has observed, is lacking.
Go ahead. I'm not sure. So what do cities without this code do? Because I was under the impression that we absolutely needed this cleanup because this was, as Mr. Munch said, this is to make us cleaner and abide. But what is it that cities do if they don't have, what are the other options to protect our facilities specifically? Are there other options? Because I heard a lot of folks that are unhappy with the ordinance in front of us. I did not hear solutions, but I'm also wondering from staff's perspective, what else is an alternative? Is there any other alternative than what was presented?
Well, I think jurisdictions whose charters are explicit on this subject don't have to legislate as we are proposing. So we're proposing this legislation because our charter designates the manager as the chief administrative officer, but does not, in our view, provide clarity that would be helpful. I think the risk of not having clarity is that the trespass gets dismissed and there's no accountability for the trespasser. So we'd like to have the clarity so that any case brought against a trespasser, if you're looking at the public facility specifically, would be an airtight case that's supported by a specific provision in the code. What if you're asking what do cities do without clear codes? I mean, perhaps they take their chances and hope for the best that they can prevail in enforcing a trespass against a public facility.
And I've asked this before as well, but I want to see if we can get the same answer, is do we have any problems with this already today? And I believe last time we said that we hadn't had anybody, but we wanted to prevent an issue. But do we have any issues today on our facilities where we've had to deal with this?
If I could add one thing, thank you for the question, Councilor Carmelia. The areas where, as your city manager, I feel exposed and not certain about are lands that we own that appear to be open space but are not. One example being the 40 acres that we've acquired for our drinking water facility. It's not fenced land. In fact, we have residents almost weekly believing it's open space, and it's not. It's property held by the city for the purpose of a drinking water facility. And I think the chief was trying to tie this work into what might happen there as we begin construction. We're not going to be constructing on all 40 acres. I don't think we're anticipating fencing off all 40 acres. And that's an area of concern. We have also got 60 acres roughly in downtown Westminster that's also not open space or park, and that's also owned by the city, but I don't believe I have clear authorities over those lands. Although we appear to be a private property owner, we're held to a standard of local government, and that's a very different standard than a private property owner in many cases. So those are two examples. The question that comes to my mind in listening to the questions from City Council are around how are we doing in your estimation and view and experience with our park space with respect to these issues? We do employ the continuum of compassion on those park lands. We hear, and I hear weekly, we're not doing it well. I think of England Park and beside the Bowles House. That is where we're applying the continuum of compassion, and it's not satisfying the community that we first provide resource access, then we provide resources. We continue to provide assistance through the navigators. And some people decide that those are not resources they want to access. And that remains remains a challenge. Mr. Otzelberger and I talk twice a week about England Park and how those folks are doing. You know, why aren't they accessing the resources being provided? And so that's another, so the question I have is, are we serving your needs already or not with the parklands? I don't hear a city manager that we're overacting in our parks with respect to not providing full and extended opportunities for access to resources, and that the city attorney is advising that this will provide the opportunity to provide that same continuum to folks, whether it's on the 40 acres of drinking water facility land, whether it's on the 60 acres of downtown land, or whether it's on a right-of-way strip of grass on Federal Boulevard beside Holly Park, where we've had an individual there for a year who does not choose to access the resources that the city voluntarily offers but are declined. And so those are questions I have. I'm struggling to serve our whole community, and we don't get good grades from a lot of people out there in terms of how we're not returning a park to its use as a public park, safe and accessible to all, or a sidewalk, an area beside a sidewalk where I hear from women who are walking to that bus stop and saying, I don't go to that bus stop anymore. I can't keep going past this spot. I go to one that's 3 blocks up Federal in a different area. So I, as a city manager, struggle to serve all our community and respond to those concerns and address them in some fashion. And I believe the city attorney's office, in working with the chief and Parks, Recreation, and Libraries, has offered a solution. If it's not the right one for our community and our council, if it feels like we've not put the right glove on the right hand here, we can go back to the drawing board. In the meantime, I think, as the attorney advises, we do have some big open areas that we're not able to respond to, and I think it's a matter of time. That's 40 acres that looks like park space beside a creek with great road access and a parking lot. Yeah, that I just wanted to offer that, and but if council does not want to do this, we will take it back to the drawing board, and we could work up a facilities and city property oriented one. It won't help us address the other parts of our community that I'm tasked with addressing that currently struggle to address.
We've had a call for question, so roll call, please.
Councillor Carmelia.
I'm really struggling with this, obviously, and I have been. I just want to say that I know that people know that I am committed to my work on the unhoused, and that's where I put the majority of my time and my effort and my energy, because I care a lot about that. And this issue, what we have to be really, really careful about is making sure that I do my due diligence for the city and hold ourselves accountable, as well as be a steward to the whole of the city when people are not feeling safe or unheard, as well as what I'm most worried about, losing the empathy and compassion of the community for the unhoused if we don't at least do our due diligence to protect the city's basic resources. And I would like to use that political capital for much bigger causes, like we have been for the regional IGA. We're working with Jeffco. That's the largest win I can think of. And that's exactly what I've been campaigning for this entire time, is to do something similar with Adams County and to expand that IGA that we're doing with Jeffco. And I was the one that, said 0 degrees for emergency responses in humane. We need to raise that, and we did. And when we did that, we expanded our resources for the unhoused more than I think we ever have in recent history. And then we doubled our navigators at the same time. And all of that is to pool into our continuum of compassion. It has also been on my mind to make that into code, and so I would like to see that brought before us. And so I support Councilor Izzati's idea on that, on making that continuum of compassion into our code. I think that because the information I'm receiving right now differs ever so slightly from what I heard the first time, which is that, this really is for facilities, I think ultimately I'm gonna put this back to the drawing board and say no, so that we can concentrate on something just for our facilities, which is what I was under the impression that this does. And I want to make sure that that happens, because that will be dependent on the new council, and that's what we have at risk. It is entirely dependent on the new council, and that's what I just want us to hear is at risk. However, we have to be accountable, and I'm somebody who works in security, and this is a big deal to me, and so I want to make sure that we are secure with our city facilities, because we can't put everything we just built and designed at risk. But I'm going to vote no.
Councillor DeMott?
Yes.
Councillor Izzati?
No.
Councillor Hott?
No.
Mayor McNally?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramilla?
After hearing everything, I'd prefer that we have a more unified approach to this where everybody feels like they could get behind the overall intent of this. And so I'm going to vote no on this right now, and hoping that we can find something that works better.
And Councillor Ireland?
So I've been struggling with this one because I was a yes. But as being a water warrior, getting petitions on sidewalks throughout the city and having city managers that did not care about the people, I'm a no on this until we figure out how we address some of those things.
The motion fails on a 2-5 vote.
The meeting is adjourned, and I want to say thank you to Mr. Knipple for sitting with us tonight. Sorry it was such a long meeting, but everybody, happy Halloween.